Hello. Hi Oz, hi Achi, hi Noka, welcome. It is time. When was the last time I played this game? I don't even remember. But I'm ready to get back into it. I have some water with me so I can keep my throat, moist? Question mark? But yeah. I felt like going back to this game, so I'm gonna do that. Let me switch on over to the game screen. Oh, whoops. There we go. There we go. Let me fix the search just a little bit. There we go. And hello, Wahaha. So I'm beating this, so you'll be lurking. Okay. Thanks for the lurk, Noka. I'm glad I'm not the only one who hasn't, like, touched this game in a long time. Hello, Magna. Do I need a refresher? Probably, but I'll probably, like, get it as soon as I play. Hello, Angeleo. Welcome. Do not. Oh, let me raise the volume of the game just a little bit, because it's a little low on my end. Oh, I can't. I guess I have to do it from my computer. Hold on. Here. There we go. That's better. Oh boy, it's been a while. It has been a while. We left off in episode 4. Is it really that exciting to watch me talk to myself for several hours? I doubt it. Let me check out the court record if we have anything. We just have our armband. See, we got Susato. Her lock. Actually, hold on. Let me get my controller. About to grab my controller. Fuck! Shit! Ignore the noise! Plug this right in. Sorry, I probably should have done this before I started. I do remember some context stuff, like, our friend's dad and the events of the previous case and all that. I do remember that. There's a noise. And our friend is alive, yeah. Iris Yuji Mikotova, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensics medicine and Mrs. Sato's father. Seishiro Jikoku, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and a judge of the Supreme Court of Judicature in Japan. He's the man who acquitted me when I was accused of murder. Excuse me. I drank water and that gave me hiccups. So, how was the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards, but it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. And I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time, we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. Ah. So you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris? We did, yes. Though only for one night. And yesterday evening, we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow.
It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father. Aw.
It's thanks to Seishiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited, and I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugene! You were close friends with a professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Kazuma's father, I suppose. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Asogi. Genshin Impact? I knew Genshin Impact killed people.
You knew, I presume, Father?
Yes. He was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland.
But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father?
No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts.
Oh! Why?
As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up as if he were my own son. Then one day, he came to my office at the university and said, "I've decided. I want to travel to Great Britain and study there."
Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death?
I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually.
Oh? What?
Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma's since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks.
What? What? That's news to us! Oh, they didn't know?
So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then.
That's a little saucy.
As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January.
But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father?
In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive. Here in London, you say? Never dared even to dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now!
Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia.
What? Amnesia? When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago.
Ah, welcome! How you doing?
This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't tell us now. or didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently.
I wonder how Cosmo has been these past few days. Would it be wrong for us to go and visit him? Your time in Britain?
That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Yujin here, Genshin Asuki, and myself. We were the original three. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you.
16 years ago.
Things were tough for their generation. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady.
Yes, grandmother told me.
He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Ugh, not more talk of graves. Very often, there was no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons.
Excuse me.
Not my cup of tea at all. All your cases have been murder trials, though, Ryunosuke. You remember that Scottish prison governor? Hayden was his name. He was a good man. Yes. But then, of course, in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested, for a series of the most gruesome of murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Ooh. Well, suffice to say, after that trial, we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was at a lost cause, sadly. Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long.
I'll call for the porter. Just wait here. Shoot!
Sanata-san gone off at a run. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow.
Shaman in a live MGM? I hope Oh. Oh, was that a bot? Limo, I didn't even read. Thank you for taking care of that.
Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo. I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. Oh, no! I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly, it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh, yes. Sato-san hinted at something like that. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. And it was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind. Though perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So, that's what happened in a nutshell. That's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say. I completely understand, Professor. One other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course! What can I do for you? Well, the thing is, I'm so sorry that took so long. Mr. Sato!
Now then, allow us to take your bags.
Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, Porter. Oh, of course, sir! That machine around your neck, it's a camera, I believe. What, Ross, sir? Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful day at the hotel, sir. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Oh, yes, of course.
Aww. Aww, cute. That's so cute. Weh. It's cute. I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made my father very happy, I think.
Oh, well, I'm pleased then. We were interrupted before. Professor Mikotoba was about to ask me something.
Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us.
Yes, let's go. Getting more and more anxious about Cosmo, though.
Oh, you've been spoiled? Oh, I'm so sorry. I've surprisingly been able to avoid spoilers for this game, despite not playing it for like a year, I think? Apparently? Surprising.
Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him.
Oh!
Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented the original with the figures you asked for from the yacht. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord.
What Van Zeek's doing here? My, seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say?
This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension.
Ah!
My apologies. I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress made you all but invisible to me.
Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white, from head to toe, whenever you come here.
Now then, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord? I'm right here.
Kill me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room at such a perfect temperature.
If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise.
Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly.
As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam.
Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited.
I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zeeks. I will attend at once. Don't look at me, you freak.
He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he?
I know, but I haven't done anything, have I?
Nah, he just does that to Japanese people normally.
These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service?
Mr. Naruhodo, he's talking about Dr. Scythe! Ah! Of course.
I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, Fear not. You've done nothing wrong. Dr. Scythe's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. It would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Van Zeeks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh, missing? What's become of Kazuma-sama now?
Can we talk? Let's talk!
Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million.
30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? Yes. As a comparison, Mr. Naruto, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million.
I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries.
It sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations.
20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques. And cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire. In order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the world.
Have I been? I've been pretty good. Mostly just been, like, working on commissions and working on my job, and then when I'm not doing that, I'm just kind of lazing about. But I've been pretty good.
He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something.
You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions.
Oof. I can see why he's not happy with us, even if he doesn't say. I'm playing games and drawing art. You went for a drive today and got some food and groceries. Nice! Sounds like you had a productive day.
I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally, to start with. With Dr. Scythe at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department.
And can you not do that now?
Obviously. Nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep this story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of our trial. We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way.
You also beat a game you recently got into the other day, Ill Bleed. A game that was just right up your alley. Couldn't pass it as a Stretch Panic fan. I've heard of Illbleed. I think one of my friends really likes it too.
About Lord Van Zeek's apprentice. Yes. That came as a surprise to me, I must say. And here are old friends. How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zeek's in the first place? It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel.
Oh my. So he stowed away to get here.
He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zeek's. That way, I could keep an eye on him.
But then, why the mask?
I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zeek's with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice, as it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask. He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zeek's. I have high hopes for his future.
By the way, do you know where he's gone?
No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being.
Oh.
I take it you also didn't know. But the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean.
Genshin Impact.
What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was... yes. Genshin Impact. The professor's case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain.
They were such awful murders, and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon. Got some wacky and freaky monster design series. Just, so you! Genshin Impact! Sorry, I can't resist.
And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government.
Kazuma Impact.
The true identity of the guy will be made public then! It can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London.
The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time. I understand.
Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause.
What? Supporters of a mass murder?
The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, the deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Also, a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway.
Right. I see. It was still murder, wasn't it? So it was like a believed necessary evil. Vigilantism in a way. It seems very similar, doesn't it? The idea of the Reaper of the Bailey. Interesting. What was that? A man screaming in a most unflattering way. Do you think it had been Mr. Sholmes? Oh my, I do hope not. I don't have to do it anymore!
Mon ami! Stop this disgraceful display!
Who are these people? Look at their hair, it's bright red. French. I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. Alright, you two. You're coming with me now. Down the clink.
No! Not in prison! It is dark and damp and I don't like it!
Boff! The darkness, it is my friend. I am not scared.
But you are also scared of the dark!
Shut your mouth, you idiot! I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist.
I don't like this! I don't like this!
Well, tough. We'll finish this down the yard. Now get moving.
Hi then, Guinea. Have fun.
Oh yeah. Thanks, Iris. And thanks, your great detective. Cute.
Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she?
Oh, Susie and Bruno.
Hello, Iris. We're home.
Well, did you find your daddy?
Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well, that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. Yes, of course. Dr. John H. Wilson.
So, Iris, all that remains now is that greatest of problems known to man. Oh my god! Excuse me? Why is it Ronald McDonald looking ass? That ain't Sholmes, that's fucking Ronald McDonald! The fuck? But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows?
Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Do I have a crumb or such like on my face? Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say.
Come along then, everyone. I've brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea.
Whatever is going on here today? In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today.
Uh-huh. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Mr. Sholmes, who were the two gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of petty criminals, nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions.
When the mood takes you?
All manner of infractions? What? When such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out.
Oh my! You were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes?
But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally.
You should have asked Grexy to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party.
I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure.
Aha! I have it. A bungler. That's the word.
It's a good job he's not here. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads have been up to no good. I wonder what the men did.
I mean, I kind of have a hint. And it's looking me right in the face.
What was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before?
Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes?
How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere. Possibly. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now.
Really? 40 years?
According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops.
Wait, what? We were apes?
Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man.
What case is this? This is episode 4.
Our lot? What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes? Why is it not obvious, my dear madam?
The problem of rent. Ah, yes, I see. That is a big problem.
But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame de Spells only the other day?
Sure, a large sum. 1 potted earth for Iris and a new motor car for me later, and all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you. You spent it?
Honestly, Hallie, you know you squandered it.
Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I did discover the answer to man's greatest problem. For the coming month, at least. And what was the answer? Why, there is a substantial clue before your very eyes. Don't tell me. Let me see. Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There is one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. In the end? It's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation!
I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes on much longer. No, not your hair.
Oh, look at this.
My eye is always drawn to the big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes and Iris use as a coffee table.
Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers?
It is, so you'd think that they treat it with more care, really. But only the other day, I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it.
Oh no!
I suppose something must have been frustrating him.
What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged?
The chest was fine, but Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes.
Oh dear. That is a painful tale.
Oh, I want to look at the mask. The mask Cosmo wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zeeks as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up.
We ought to give it back to him, I suppose.
But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself.
But isn't he your best friend? See what's over here? Is this new? No. I guess nothing of note.
Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us, I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. That case aboard the SS Boodia in January. Cosmo wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they'd carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear, leave him unconscious and have him unlaid on the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Oh, horrible! It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course.
Why? Why do it in the first place?
I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. Oh! I believed I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes.
Okay, your hair, though? Are we not gonna talk about the hair, though?
This looks like last week's edition. What's the article circled in red ink there? It's an advertisement column. It says... To the Red-Headed League.
The Red-Headed League? What's that?
I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but...
Is something on my face? Clearly this has something to do with that lively hair. Yeah, I'm guessing I have to present that to him. It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. To the Red-Headed League, Does it strike you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So, at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? In the first instance, and quite indispensable observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast?
The Disney Mirrorverse thing?
I have not. I don't know what that is. So, what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you've circled? You noticed it in the paper, then? That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governments. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me.
But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. Oh my! £4 a week?
But why? What are they paying people for? That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement. That's suspicious.
But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case.
You're right, Sissy. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once.
So will I. Just on the off chance.
That might be stretching a point, I think.
trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see?
Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away.
It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes.
Good news, lads! Someone died! So you decided to try to join in his place? Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why did it have to go so wrong? What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit it.
What did you do? What did you do?
What did you exactly do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes?
I'm glad you asked, Mr. Sato. What you see atop my head is neither dye nor hairpiece.
Eh?
I changed the color of my hair overnight by the wonders of chemistry. Chemistry? I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. And in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair a flame-like red. Would you like to try it? It will make every hair on your body perfectly crimson, even the hair down there? I think I'll pass.
But Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it?
Amateurs are always hampered by such fears.
Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say...
I'm dying. But of course. To earn £4 per week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. So, if I start pissing blood, then that's normal. Don't worry about it. That degree of red signal, more than just a little danger, surely.
So, anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street, where the Red-Headed League were interviewing prospective new members.
So, what went wrong? The whole park was chock full of red-headed folk, like a coaster's orange barrel. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. Jesus, 8 hours, goddamn. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" Ah, he's too famous. So they're like, "That's not your real hair. What are you doing?" And naturally, I had no choice but to reply. "Don't give me away." After which I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police.
Oh dear, what a disaster. For Hurley and those two redheads.
Wait, did he put two innocent people? Aha! Here is my guest now, my latest client with money to spend.
Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley.
Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the most greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating, save locating a runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you?
Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due.
Whack!
Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sherlock Sholmes! Please! Oh, please! Please find my husband! He's run away!
You upset me.
I beg your pardon?
Never mind, a personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Moderado?
I didn't say a word.
Come, my dear madam. Be seated. Iris, some tea if you please.
Of course. Oh yeah, you're right.
What's the matter, Mrs. Otto?
Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently.
Yes, now you come to mention it.
Flashback? Oh no. She's pretty.
I explained earlier. My name is...
Evie Vigil? Evie?
It's gotta be a pun, but I have no idea what it is.
Vigil.
I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure. Money and worth are of little consequence to me, madam. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough.
What about the rent, though?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence. I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you remember your words also.
If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be...
Oh, me?
What I am about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand?
These are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me.
Ah, I see.
I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing. Why did I ever get my hopes up? Hey. Hello, miss. Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps?
Oh my!
Sure! My dear fellow, what is your attention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in more gentlemanly fashion.
Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week?
Ah! I knew I recognized her.
She called me nice. Have a man's fate in the palm of one's hands. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine.
I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now.
I must say, it must be very difficult for you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean.
Pardon?
Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery, really, nothing more.
Now look what you've started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Tell us about your husband, madam.
Miss Vigil, my daily, is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here.
Ah, cute. An entirely unremarkable gentleman by appearance, at least. How long have you been married?
It will be 15 years this year.
Oh, wow.
We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably.
As it would appear, I need only look at you to know these things.
Oh gosh.
Your dress is the latest style. Your hat is clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct?
That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me.
Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other.
Oh, that is exactly what I feel must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will?
What exactly is your husband's line of work?
He's a warder at the prison.
He does not look like it.
A guard? That is somewhat unusual. So, your husband's a prison warder.
That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief
He's the chief?
Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation.
Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out.
Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishment?
And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, I make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors.
Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged?
Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes.
Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there's a large cemetery just behind it.
Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery.
No! Lowgate Cemetery? The very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable! Unbelievable, my dear fellow. And yet undeniable.
Sorry, Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid you've lost me.
Ah, pay no heed, madam. Pay no heed. A private matter. This can't really be a coincidence, can it?
Tell us about your husband's disappearance, madam.
So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance. When did you realize he was missing?
Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday.
I'm sorry, yesterday? That really is recent. Laughably so.
The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him to not return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daylane, whatever could have happened?
My dear Mrs. Vigil, please calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police?
Why, naturally, but sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas as my husband has only been missing for one day. I was asked to wait patiently at home.
Truth, Mrs. Vigil. I concur with the police.
Yeah, I kind of agree too. If he's known to just, like, be missing for a day or so, like, with work, then I would have... but I get why she's worried.
However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it.
You said the Reagan moment, and I'm like doing the hand motions. You can't hear it and you can't see it, but I'm like moving my hand around as I speak, as shown, just like da 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 da.
Oh, you have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention.
You seek only to put this sweet rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation.
Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir.
Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure.
So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes.
Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. Thank you now. Allow me to show you the door.
I'm willing to bet that the reason we have like a black and white picture not showing the color, he's gonna have red hair and he's gonna be the red-headed person that died from the redhead society, whatever. That's my bet. I'm willing to bet on that. If I'm wrong, I will give someone a sub.
I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. You know, I think it every time, Hurley. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure?
I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say.
He literally like fucking crossed his fingers behind his back.
After all, the rent must be paid by the end of day tomorrow. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. No, I wouldn't count her hair as red. It's pink. There's a difference. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. That was like perfectly timed for the music to stop. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent! And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. That's not the question. You asked if Iris's hair is red. And it's not. It's pink. Ah, so you noted that.
Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery.
Oh, hey, this guy! Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. I remember this dude. He was so cool. So it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated.
Professor. And now a warden from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed. But nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. Run along to the prison and see what you can glean, would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you going to go yourself? What the bloody hell are you talking about, lad? I need to fix my hair! I can't possibly be seen out with this hair! I mean, another woman already saw you and she didn't give a shit. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was a quite different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. Goodbye! I know this game's comedic timing. Of course you are. Well, let's go. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Four high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, We were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower.
That's an interesting clock. What the fuck? Oh god. Big man.
This place is full of hardened criminals. Kinda remember the last time a civilian was doing here. And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me.
Oh, hello, good sir. You look like fucking Armstrong! You're fucking Armstrong looking ass! Hello? That's just straight up Armstrong. That's just Armstrong!
You care who I am? I'm the governor. Barricade.
Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer.
Nice to know, I see.
Does that mean... Yes, I am a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan.
Japan? Did you say Japan?
Yes?
Where there's no any of your kind here, laddie.
Wait, laddie?
Where there's no any of your kind here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh?
I did notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to...
I didn't like to be so direct, but... I've got no intention of speaking with Luxa, you suspicious looking Eastern...
Oh, racist. Okay.
Now get out of my head! Now get out of my head!
Oh, man. Also, I hate him.
So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means... I think it's because of the professor case. You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Impact, also known as the professor,
Or, God, what's that one fucking Genshin character I keep seeing on my timeline that he looks like all fucked up? The doctor. What's his fucking name? Dotor? Is that how you say his name? Dottore? Whatever the fuck. He looks like he hasn't showered in 3 years. Was incarcerated at this prison. The clock is really cool, but also kind of scary. His name is Genshin Impact.
And then after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison.
I might have known. You're sniffing around the boot like that case, aren't you? Your agents say part of the professor's great web, no doubt.
No, not at all. We're just...
Get going with ya before I punch you in that suit. We're going.
Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here, unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Caden? What are you thinking, Mr. Sato? I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some idea to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. I don't.
Should I at least look at... Ah!
I said get up.
I can't do a Scottish accent.
Maybe this?
Governor Caden, could I at least show you this? times can one man turn his back on you in a single conversation? And then he turns back. Let me examine it. He looks like a sweet guy. I would not expect this man to be someone who prepares executions. On account of the bequest of the late Ezekiel Hopkins of Lebanon. Oh, I was wrong. Okay, I guess I need to give someone a sub. Oh well. A most fantastic money-making opportunity. Alright, hold on. I need to give somebody a sub. Aw, man, I can't do it from mobile? Damn it. I'll do it later then. Lamau even. I'll give someone a sub. No, don't you do— No! No! Oz, don't you dare. Oz, don't do it. Oz, don't you dare. I swear to God, I'm gonna get you.
Oswald McFly gifted a tier 1 sub to Oliver Wyndham.
Hold on. Just give me a second.
Yon 6 Mischief.
Oh my God, thank you for resubbing. Motherfucker. Don't worry about it. There we go. Miles. Okay. So, yeah, no, we can't do anything here. We just have to leave. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Oh, hey, he's just there. Just can we have that conversation? That's Professor Mikotoba over there.
Ah, hello you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I am unpacked.
But where's Judge Shigoku?
Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs.
Having only just arrived in the country today? Goodness, he is full of energy.
Professor, you mentioned something before. About how you'd known the prisoner governor of Barclay Prison.
Oh, Governor Caden, you mean? So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners.
Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story.
Oh, would you? That would be wonderful if you have time now.
Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment.
Is he drinking coffee on a comfortable seating?
Now, I have a lot to prepare for tomorrow. You know.
Oh!
Sorry. I didn't say that loud, did I?
Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts?
Let's not fall out now. I have an idea.
Eh? What's he writing on that piece of paper?
Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully, when he sees my name, he'll change his tune.
Thank you! There we go. look then. Okay. Alright, I guess now we can go back. Hey, fuckhead. Take a look at this, dipshit.
If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Hayden.
What is then? You can't put a wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student!
Mikotoba? That young joke from the forensics laboratory? That Mikotoba?
Yes, exactly! Him!
Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yuji Mikotoba's daughter, Susato.
Jinx! You're the young man's daughter?
And you didn't think to mention that whore?
I do apologize.
Ah, well, you best be take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And didn't forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits.
Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing.
I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now.
Good. What can I do for you then?
Well, we're currently investigating a case.
It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing.
This?
That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor.
It's not another. I don't know what to do for his accent. I suddenly forgot how to do a Scottish accent. Have heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison.
Oh,
But how can that be?
it's Mr. Daly, Vigil, your chief warden.
Eh? Vigil?
That's right, his wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance.
Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Did he die? Clearly that means something to him.
Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir?
Of course. I can't do a Scottish accent. I forgot. I can't do accents. I literally can't. I forgot. I'm just not good at it. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison. Aye. He was.
Isn't he Irish? Wasn't McGilded Irish, though?
Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job. No doubt about it. He was a fine warrior. Sorry, did you say was? Aye, he doesn't work here no more. He left the job.
Oh my!
When was this exactly? That's a question. When was it about? Can't have been much less than
10 years ago? Huh? 10 years ago? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago?
Aye, as I mind it, chicken. I haven't heard the fella's name in all that time. So what if he's gone missing though?
But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps, Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware of it. He no longer works here.
Huh. Okay. That's news.
Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here?
That's important, isn't it?
Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. Oz, didn't you know that Psy Gundam Style is a time traveler as well? You being a time traveler yourself? And you had no idea of this? A shame. So Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of Chief Warder 10 years ago, you're telling us. What happened to make him leave the job? You fool, I am able to rewrite history simply by saying things. You cannot defeat me in a way that matters.
In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter.
You mean he was dismissed?
I can if I want to be. It was after a particular walk.
Sorry?
A walk? That's all word for it near a walk to the gallows.
An execution?
I don't have to. It's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions, you see. Only Vigil did something unthinkable. On that last walk, he was mad.
What did he do?
I'm sorry, but I can't reveal that information. But I can tell you that it's very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post.
But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here.
I wouldn't have cared anything about that, I'm afraid.
Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal?
And what would that be then?
The last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's?
Not exactly. Sorry, I really am. But I'm not at liberty to answer that.
I see. Bum, 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 ba-dum.
Listen, his design is cool, but I hate him because he's essentially like, I hate the Japanese unless you're one of the good ones. He's literally that.
My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. You seem to have been well acquainted.
The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another.
Yeah.
After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research, as you can.
Yes, I can imagine.
The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable.
Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard. In the basement of St. Sinners. Still in use today.
I hope so too, but I doubt it.
St. Sinners. That's come up before, I'm sure.
Yes, that's right. We've been there.
Mikotoba and I have used to ride in the carriage together and negotiate terms. For more fresh material, I suppose. Aye, and we used to sit in here for hours and gab about dissection and all sorts. Ugh, it takes me back. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cuff biscuits, of course.
How charming.
He was a good fella, your father. Reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese. Yeah. Because of Genshin Impact, I suppose.
It's like a bad joke. Genshin Impact is Chinese, not Japanese.
Well, I can't tell you anything else.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for your time, Governor.
Oh, one moment before you're away in.
Why does he have an axe on his lap?
Somewhere. Ah, found it. Here. Take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison.
What is it?
Last Visual's dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course.
Oh my! Are you sure?
No trouble at all. It's near the original mind.
Gotta look at that. Thank you very much, Governor Gaiden. Did I say Gaiden? I mean Caden.
Well, in return. Don't come back here.
God damn it! Fuck! I was joking! I was joking! God fucking damn it! Ah, God! Kill Jester! Oh, fuck me!
Do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed.
Don't worry, I don't want to come back here. Fuck you, man.
Kill Jester.
I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Shones with what we found about Mr. Vigil.
What will we tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder?
Okay, but first I want to look at this clock. It's cool.
Look, we have an opportunity here now, while the governor's away. Mr. Waterville, you could be imprisoned if you were caught.
That's a good point. Perhaps not then. Right. Oh, we keep it.
Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Gross, first class cabin, 001. Yokohama departure, 17th September, London arrival, 1st of November. Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it's called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Buria.
Racist doo-doo poo-poo head. We hate racists here. We hate racists here. I hate them.
Dun, 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 dun.
Are you like this on purpose?
It's written on the back of a ticket from the passage of the steamship.
Okay, let's see this.
Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for prisons. All rights of redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Reasons for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convicts just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be... Wait, huh? What? Wait. Hold up.
He carried out the execution of the professor, but he was fired because he helped them escape? Or maybe it could be a different convict. Additional notes: indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. Interesting. That's... We're back! Hello, you two!
I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all.
Oh, so that's what that delicious smell is. Oh my god! Why? My bro! My guy! My dude! Why? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Why? Literally. Oh my god. Fortnite Ninja Blevins. Fuck me, man. You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Was this his attempt to get rid of the red hair? And he just became Kaito? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your face in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Oh my. Pray tell me, what of our water friend? Have you garnered some new information? Oh, yeah, something very surprising, in fact. Though, it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest. It most certainly isn't. But still, we discovered that... Sholmes! Oh, hi. Drop everything, Sholmes! This is more important! Gina? I can't Adam and Eve it. What's wrong? What's happened?
Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever.
It's the boss.
What do you mean, Inspector Gregson? Oh, did something happen to him?
The boss is... He's dead? What? No! No! Not Gregsy! No! No! Not Gregson! What? They just found his body shot with a pistol! What? But... Inspector Gregson? He was murdered? No. Gregsy?
Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story.
Oh shit. I can't chubby blue hair shenanigans right after serious murder. No, not Gregson! Why did it have to be Gregsy? No! Fuck! Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson he was really shot? I don't know much about what happened myself yet. I'm still there, investigating the scene.
Where did this take place?
After rented room in a building full of flats up Fresno Street.
Outskirts of town. Nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating the case then.
I
thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there.
Oh, how strange.
The boss was... He was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but one day I was gonna show him I'd become a proper detective. Ginny? Oh no.
So, who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is?
I got him already.
Already? They've caught the shooter so soon?
Who is it? Who is it? A witness reported something that was going on, and the boys got straight down there, took care of them.
Oh! What awful person did this?
I still can't believe it myself.
Huh?
It was the Reaper.
Oh! Van Zeeks? Wait a minute. You don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zeeks for it?
That's right. The Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss.
No! Lord Van Zeeks? Hey, yo. Finally? Sorry. Are you quite sure, Mr. Straight? It's Baron Von Zeeks the police have arrested.
I saw him with my own eyes in an interview room in the yard.
I don't believe it.
There were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him.
So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses?
A gunshot, apparently. And when our lot got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room.
There's no way Lord Van Zeeks would have taken Greg's life. I just don't believe it.
I'll believe it, buddy.
I don't believe it either.
It is turnabout goodbyes, you're right.
Oh, I hate seeing her cry. I don't want her crying.
Thank you for informing us, Mr. Straight. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry.
What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come and all, as soon as you can. You gotta help.
But is he like dead? Like straight up? I don't know. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. There's no way.
It's a detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot is unfolded. But I wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes.
What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming? How could I let this happen to Gregson?
To Gregson! Mr. Norhudo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper to see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later then.
Hi, Archie.
Wait. Yeah! Apparently! And apparently the one that killed him was Van Zeeks! What the fuck? Inspector Gregson dead, and Lord Van Zeeks arrested.
Bruno, Susie, I've called you a handsome. It's waiting outside.
Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mrs. Sato?
Yes.
Okay. This was not what I was expecting. Fresno Street Room. The scene of the crime. Okay, but we should probably talk to Van Zeeks first. Right, where is there? He is, fucker. Poor. I'm gonna get you out of that prison cell so I can kill you myself! There he is. Lord Van Zeeks behind bars.
So it's true. He really was arrested.
Still sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us.
Lord Van Zeeks?
Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, but the last person on Earth I'd like to see. I couldn't very well not come. You heard what happened. Inspector Gregson was...
No, Magna, don't fall for it. He's racist too. Don't fall for it. He's racist too.
Go home. This has nothing to do with you.
But... Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations. Please!
There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Is it something related to the case? This? The yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance.
Oh, who might that be?
Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Hairbrain.
Oh yeah! I forgot they were friends.
Of course, yes. I keep forgetting they went to the same university.
And I would like to read my correspondence in peace. So let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know?
Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zeeks never minces his words. But they seem to have less bite than usual somehow.
Oh, is he being cooperative for once? Fucker. Alright. What happened?
Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zeeks? What happened?
How much do you already know?
He Zeeks?
We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street. And that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room, and that some witnesses heard the gunshot.
Then you're well informed. And there's really nothing I can add. Truth is, I don't know what happened myself.
But the gunshot! Obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you?
I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise, however. Before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers.
So he doesn't actually know what happened.
So it's a case of, he heard the gunshot, he rushed inside, and he was just caught in the wrong place at the wrong time.
If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with?
I don't need to answer that.
Oh!
After all, you're not representing me. He is going to need a lawyer, though.
And I doubt anyone's gonna take your case, buddy. This is another fucking... This is Turnabout Goodbyes all over again. This is literally Turnabout Goodbyes.
Who is going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zeeks?
My apprentice.
Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Wow, fucking... Fuck you!
Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet?
Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, all of the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now.
Surely not.
I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole.
But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you?
It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey.
Just answer the goddamn question! Why is everyone in this game so fucking vague and mysterious? Just answer the question! Yes or no? This or that? Motherfucker! Why is everyone the goddamn Riddler?
Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I, however. It seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that.
What does he mean by that?
It's just so funny because, like, they're being vague when it's not necessary. But that's just my opinion. I greatly enjoy playing mystery games, but I'm also like, just tell me the answer, you fucker! I'm just impatient.
After the trial,
He's theatrical, okay.
Professor Harebrained was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought.
It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. Relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper.
Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean?
Yes, so it seems.
Because he's just that silly. Ah!
Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day.
Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. But Professor Harebrained is safely back in Germany now.
He is. So, it appears our conversation has run dry.
There was a 2-second silence, that's all.
Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you.
I was wondering, Lord Van Zieks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you.
You trust me, do you?
Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another person's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly.
It's a very gracious offer, however.
I trust no one.
What?
Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese. God.
But, please.
I have no intention of engaging your services.
The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems.
I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time.
Alright, go die then, for all I care.
Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper. And find out more about Lord Van Zieks and what happened to Inspector Gregson.
Fuck you. Fuck you! I will never forgive the British. No.
It really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden, rented old room is where it happened then. This is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life.
Yes. The police are already hard at work investigating, so it seems. And now we got it as well. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere.
Boy! What do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers has got to be taken right out so you can look underneath it all. I want the space above this ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey! Ain't you lot never gone over and asked me looking for dough when their owner's out of town?
Rita's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt.
Oh, so you turned up last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself.
Hello again, Gina.
Holmes has just only left. Holmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that.
Went prancing around in here, pointing at stuff and
Flicking that out is, and then just scampered.
Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean?
yeah. He didn't stop to say nothing to no one. Only me.
Gina, would you mind if we investigated too?
Listen, Otto. You're a lawyer, right? Yes? Why? Well, you're not thinking of... What else? That Reaper bloke, are you? Oh! Gina. Never going to forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever.
Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Seeks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court.
Suppose you're right.
Go on then, Otto. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened in here. Thank you, Gina. I love her. I love her so much. She's the best. Daughter, 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 daughter. Alright, let's see. What's this picture?
Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members.
What's the matter? Eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head.
They are! Look, Mr. Hold up quickly! Is it a... Oh! Hello? What do we have here? Why do I feel like this woman is familiar somehow? Of course she's familiar! We met her only this morning! Ah! It's Mrs. Vigil! Why is a picture of her here?
This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Miss Vigil in here?
To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped.
I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either.
Interesting. Can we inspect it? Looks very different from the picture.
Oh.
Rip Gregsy. Inspector Nipples? Okay, hold on. He has like the nipple outline. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, her, like, and you can see like the boob outline of the armpit. Her dress is like skin tight. It's very weird. I'm not being horny. I'm doing what people are asking me to do. I don't even care about this bitch that much. You always do that to me. You say something and then when I call you out, you're like,
No, you're wrong. I actually meant this. You always do this to me. You always do this to me. Thank you for the clip.
This looks like some sort of notice board or something. And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper.
You didn't specify.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, look! This, you mean, it's an autopsy report, isn't it? And these are case notes here, and details of prison inmates! Yes, in fact, all the sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. Ah, and this one here! Oh yes, the advertisement, you mean? The Red-Headed League. But why? What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. Alright. Excuse me. If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. Oh. He's paying respects. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. I see a thing, sir. Many tears, sir. It's a terrible day for rain, sir. Right. Perhaps I better leave you to your work. I really cared for him. Excuse me? Oh, Inspector. Sir. Poor man. How could I possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset? Empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it? It's thick with dust. Look. I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather. Or nobody lived here at all, and they only visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. One of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. Yes, there's wax spattered on the wall behind. Oh! Suppose if a bullet had hit it. It does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. Now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. Can we expect it? Wow, it really was just like blown right off. Ah! There's some black marks here. Look! Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. Or perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? This one candle that's been cracked in half. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan. I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. Guess that's the only thing. They are. Alright. So, time to look at the elephants in the room. First, this is the murder weapon. This is presumably the murder weapon then. Oh my! It is real, I suppose? I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan. I really know very little about them. There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire shot! No! If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. It's slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. Alright. Let's investigate the gun.
It's a fancy looking gun, too. It's got like a little thingy. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh my! It is real, I suppose. I think so. Oh, are they saying the same thing? Yeah. Is there nothing else about it? Guess not, huh? What a peculiar looking gun. Alright. Next up, this other elephant in the room. Oh, what's this? Yep, that's a gun.
It appeared to be a little bottle policeman. Rather charming, isn't it? In a way.
Seeing it's on the floor here, you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson?
It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zeeks playing with something like this.
It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose.
Hi, Arlo! Oh yeah, Gregson's dead. Moment of respects.
Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful after all, in a way.
Right? Investigate that. Oh, it's all fucked up and old.
The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be little worse for wear.
I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. Head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too? For fun? Oh! What's that?
It appears to be some sort of key.
But it's tiny though! It couldn't be a key for a door, not at that size. What is it for, I wonder? It's a key? Oh yeah, it is. For what, I wonder? This looks like some sort of key.
Yes, it does. Very tiny and simple key. What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for?
Hopefully we'll find out. Coming from the policeman's butt. Alright, is there anything else in the room that we can use the key on? Maybe? Oh. Check out that wig. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing.
Oh, funnily enough, neither can I.
It's a hairpiece, isn't it?
It is! It is! A bright red hairpiece.
And I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs. Does it? No! He doesn't need them! Look at that him! Look at him! He doesn't need them!
And in such a flame-colored red, too.
Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it?
Exactly. This is a vital clue. I'm sure of it.
Right? Let's investigate that too. It's so weird.
I've always wondered.
What the underside of a hairpiece looks like.
That doesn't surprise me at all, Miss Naruto. You always want to see what lies beneath, doesn't it?
I hate wearing wigs. I've worn wigs for cosplays, and I can never find a wig that just fits my head right. They always squeeze my head so tight, and it hurts so bad. I can only wear a wig for so long before I'm like, please get this off my head. It's crushing me. My head is going to explode from how tightly it's squeezing my head. Ugh. I hate them. I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it.
You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place? Bird lime? That doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think?
Yeah, I think probably it was more investigating the red hair thing. Who's the lady? Sasato? Do you mean her? Sasato's our assistant. She is our assistant. And she helps us with the cases, and she's very, very much smarter than us. Alright.
Oh, I suppose this is where the victim... That's right. The road is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away. I'll probably be under Dr. Syed's scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week. In the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruto? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but, well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with the bloodstain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our mind can be even worse than reality. Ultrasound is so strong, though. Okay, I think that's everything we can investigate. Unless there's something else. Oh, there's the windows. Somebody very haphazardly nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? I couldn't even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least still let in some... You could say nothing more about it. Wait, what did she say? Hold on. So you could say... I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now.
Yeah, I'm sad because one of my favorite characters died. Yeah, but it was like a character that I was not expecting to die at all because he was the detective! They killed Gregsy! They killed my boy! They killed the legend Tobias Gregson! He's dead! Mr. Fish and Chips Man! He's gone! And we'll never see him again. Unless they pull a trick or something. Which I'm hoping they do. Alright. Oh, we still have to talk to her. What the fuck? It's Monday still!
Tina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place?
That's what I want to know. It's what? Half a year since I got out of the clink? That's when I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead.
Oh, yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as his apprentice, didn't he? Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really? They say he managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that. He did. Yep. And ever since then, he started going out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on, apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what's the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all. And look what that landed him! Respect for the Reaper? In what way?
I didn't say as much. I'll take it. I'll take my hat off to that fella by his words. Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why you respect the bloke. I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard. He said something else to me and all. That I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, because he only goes after people who are bad. It did kinda set my mind at ease when you said that. Right.
Wait, hold on. What are you guys doing in the chat?
Don't put it past Storm. They've gone to your stream 3 times, 3 days a week, and called them all Seaman Sunday, despite me not streaming on Sunday.
Oh, the next cat will be shiny. It will be shiny. And to prove that, I need to go to the bathroom to pee. So I will BRB. I will let the music play in the meantime. I will be right back. What?
my god! Ah! Ah! Jesus Christ! Ah! Ah! I'm back! Oh my god, you would not believe the adventure I had. I went on a fucking journey. I went on an adventure. I got sent to this world after I got flushed down the toilet. It was like this city underneath the sewer system, and it was run by rats. And it was amazing, and there were these frogs, and I am just describing the plot of Flushed Away. Anyway, we're gonna keep playing the game. Hi. Oh, fuck me. Hold on. Oh, shit. The reason I took so long was I was hungry, so I went to get a snack. And I also have a Coke. So there's that, too. Whew. Here? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is happening. Whew. Whew. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Let me have a bite of my snack really quick. When's the Coke and Fortnite stream? Never. No, I mean, well, I don't know. If truly a lot of people want me to, I could be willing to give Fortnite another chance. Because I played it once and I just did not like it at all. And that was even with playing with friends. But, I don't know. Maybe I can give it another try. I can't really see myself playing it often. But maybe it could be one of those games that I could play with friends if they needed somebody to fill in a slot. Because of the TBH creature? Oh. That reminds me. Speaking of, I want to add in new slots. New emotes, but I'd have to get rid of 2 already existing ones, and I have no idea which ones to get rid of. Yippee! I want to put in Carbab from the server, and I also kind of want to put in Car Dead, but I need to get rid of 2 emotes. No, don't. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's been written by some cub called Hugh Bone. Huge Bone. Ner. Hugh Bone. It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name, that, isn't it? Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. What? All the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation. There's so little here, no one knew what to do with themselves. I do wonder. Yes, Mrs. Sato? I see that's where the poor inspector was found, over there.
Thank you for clipping that.
Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet that did him in.
I'm fine, I'm fine.
Apparently the the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall. Yes. It's blown one of the candles apart completely. And the gun used is there on the floor. It's the Reaper's, isn't it? No denying it.
What? Really?
How do you know that?
Take it easy!
I don't know what to do with myself then when you stare at me with them big wide eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. There's some big wig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him?
The bigwig lawman, is it?
Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under the window there. There were some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. But they didn't see what happened. Witnesses are so it's like just audible witnesses? I fail to see how people could have seen the murder take place from in here. So that doesn't really put a lot of credit to them as witnesses. Ah, I see. I'm talking about the yards I never inspected here after all. They'll be getting a grilling. Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. The lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for, and you'll be up for grilling them all. I can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. They are Ace Attorney witnesses, which tend to be useless even when they see what happens right in front of them. That's true. That's fair. Alright. I believe we can probably get more information if we present our stuff. So let's give it a week. Gina, what do you make of this? What is that? Evidence? Work something out about what happened, have you? No, not exactly. I've been long enough in the job to get all this deducting business yet. But I swear I'm gonna get the person who did this to the boss. What about this? Okay, now, same thing. This maybe? Nope. This? Okay, she doesn't know anything. Just making sure. I guess there's not much we can do here anymore. Well, maybe she knows something about the picture? No. She genuinely does not know anything. Okay. Alright. Then we're done here. I think. Maybe we can ask Sholmes? Maybe he's back home. Nope, he's not here either, it seems. Oh, okay. I doubt anyone will be here, but I want to make sure. Oh, Susato. Okay, yeah, she's always here. Lord Chief Justice? Oh, here we go.
You've made good time. I take an express train back to London.
Oh, is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is? I can hear Lord Strongheart. Can you? Yes. It sounds as though he's talking to someone. Yeah! There he is!
Is everything in place?
I had a private compartment on the train, so I could check all the paperwork. It's... Hasuna-sama!
Ah, your timing is impeccable.
It is?
No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes.
I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zeeks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson.
I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zeeks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective.
No, surely not.
It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. So, does that mean the trial is tomorrow? Precisely. Of course it is. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. Kazuma. He's gonna give us the cold shoulder the whole time, I can feel it. Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Osurgi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings. Is he the prosecutor? Yep, of course he is. Yep, Yep. Wait. What? Kazuma? As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law.
Kazuma-sama...
Prosecutor? Look at him standing there.
Give me 1 second.
I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, people all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey, and now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Right so. The public want answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths.
But Lord Van Zeeks firmly denies any involvement in such matters.
And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true, or it has been at least, till now. No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial's history. Prosecutor impact. So, Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow? That's right.
But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart.
Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
No doubt at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor.
But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other skilled prosecutors in Great Britain.
It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial.
You asked for this? But why?
It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation.
Well, at least he's speaking to us.
I thought he would be cold.
I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact.
You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of Great Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as a judiciary closing ranks.
So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution.
Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed after practicing law in this land for so many months. Asuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend.
I do not see it. Oh, yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of the Inspector Vixen's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zeeks?
That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene.
Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask someone higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruto, be direct.
That's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine.
Why would you give a prosecutor a gun?
In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim.
No, Gregson had his gun on his person.
What about Lord Van Zeeks?
He claims it's currently not in his possession.
What?
According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious.
But just because the gun in question is the same type the defendant's is, no proof that it's actually his.
No, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zeeks.
Did I show you this, Lord Strongheart?
I'm a Lord Chief Justice. I'm not here to offer advice about evidence.
Oh.
Especially when the evidence in question is so dumb.
It's a gun! It's the murder weapon! Oh, you're showing me the murder weapon? Nah, I don't care.
Okay, let's talk to Cosmo.
Sorry for all the worry I've caused you. It'll be alright. Your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. Remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do. Right.
Asuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia?
It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London.
So sorry for what's happened.
Anyway, my memory might have returned to me. There's something that won't return the way it was before.
Huh? What do you mean?
I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon.
I want to eat! I want to eat!
Hold it!
Oh!
Before you go, Ryunosuke.
What is it, Cosmo?
I just wanted to thank you.
Asuma-sama, what?
You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection.
You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you.
Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here.
Oh!
That you never told me. I actually have a favor to ask.
Which is?
This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me. As the defense counsel.
What? Why? What's this all about?
I know you have what it takes.
But Lord Van Zieks would never put his faith in my hands.
On the contrary, he recognizes your talent.
He does?
It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this.
Aww! Aw, Gregsy! He looks so happy! Gregson! Yeah, Gregsy. He looks so happy. And I'm guessing the guy on the left is Van Zieks' brother. And there's just a shit stain in the middle. That's Lord Van Zieks and Inspector Gregson. That smile is so awkward. He looks like he's trying to force himself. He looks like he's Danganronpa posing.
In the photograph that must have been taken some time ago, by the looks of it. And who's the third person? I mean, Ryunosuke, come on. It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes. What I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it.
He's trying to help you, bud.
Where is the... There.
Hey, shithead.
We've been gone quite some time, though. Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter.
Yep, Kazuma is alive. It turns out he never died. But he did get amnesia for a while, and he was working as Van Zieks' apprentice. But now he's back, his memories returned, and he's gonna be the prosecutor for the case. But he's still our friend.
Might even be able to read English faster than he can. I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese.
Oh!
Sorry. I didn't think you'd hear that. Ugh, yeah, I am. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time.
Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow.
Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no.
We're just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided.
I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is.
It's going to be Kazuma Asuki.
Asuki? That made the color drain from his face. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all.
Yeah, that's right, bitch. Hey, look at this idiot.
Lord Van Zieks, we came by this old photograph.
Where did you get that?
It was taken when I became
a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is the man on the left there? Yes, that's my brother. Clint.
Clint Van Zeeks. Okay.
Had to be, really. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know? Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense! No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less. Maybe once, yes. At the time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matters. Wait, how old are you? Hold on. Hold up. How old are you? 33. And Gregson was 40. Okay, yeah, that's not that far apart. Okay. That was a nice glimpse of the past. Yeah, thank you. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. A brief twinkle. Insight into the true nature of this man, known to all as the stone-cold reaper of the Bailey. Alright. Let me get some food in my mouth, though. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asugi. Genshin Impact was Kazuma-sama's father. What cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court.
If you keep bringing it up, I'm just gonna keep doing it again. You know what? I'll do it right now.
But what could he have been hoping to achieve? Let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Cosmo recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Asugi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you Nipponese.
God, can you shut up?
Right. Your hatred for all of us Japanese. The Nipponese bane. I'd only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down mass murder. The so-called professor. Assigned to the investigations of his as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Impact? Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. Ooh, music change. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. Oh, how awful. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted Asugi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the inscribed prosecutor until he consented. What do you mean by the inscribed prosecutor? The man in charge of the Professor Case inquiry, Lord Milton.
Oh! Interesting.
Interesting. So he was the prosecutor of the professor case. Or rather, he was like in charge of the case itself, maybe.
Wait, what? Lord Strongheart?
He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I've felt indebted.
I'm sure you must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as the prosecutor.
Anyway, time has passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? And of all things, as a lawyer. I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years, that hatred had festered inside me. I could no longer control it. And I can understand why. Now I know the history. But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life. The Kazuma Asugi, I am the bane of his. The Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. I don't know about that. I think you think too lowly of Mr. Kazuma Asugi. I think he's better than you think. But then again, you have stupid racist brain. Your brain is tiny and small, and I'm going to beat you into the floor. Gregson's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month. But him never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he?
I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean.
It's the first time I've ever encountered it.
Oh!
The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. It sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed.
I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard.
Oh, they're playing his theme! Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself, by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy.
Oh my, 10 years ago?
Why is that so surprising? Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was of course a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful convictions somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death.
So, you must have had a great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life.
Inspector Gregson was a fool, an idiot. And I killed him, and I'll kill him again. When I'm being sent to the gallows, I'll find him in the depths of hell and shoot him down once more. And then I'll do it again, and again, and again, because I'm evil. About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene. Ah, yes, that's not mine.
Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is.
What do you expect me to say to that?
Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm.
As embarrassing as it is, I'm afraid it's true.
When did you lose it then?
That I do not know.
Oh!
I was issued with a revolver when I first became prosecutor 10 years ago.
Why?
I must have stored it somewhere, I suppose, or left it somewhere, perhaps. Bruh.
You have something in common with Lord Van Zeeks after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. No! This has nothing to do with me! Don't drag me into it! Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese! Oh dear. The rift is very wide, isn't it?
It's not decisive evidence, clearly, but it doesn't look good, that's for sure. Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh! That's the first time he's ever used my actual name.
I have lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in.
What's that?
That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth.
Lord Van Zeeks?
From the very first moment we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now, couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wish I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer.
Oh, shut up.
Shut up. Shut your mouth. I hate him so much. Confront character. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Impact.
The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way.
When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me.
You mean this photograph?
Look at this photograph! Back when I was able to laugh, I was free of the shackles of this trust that plagued me now. I looked to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. Boo-hoo wah. I have sad backstory and now I'm a stupid idiot racist. Boo-hoo. Pity me so. And the fandom seems to woobify me because of that, even though I'm a shithead. Where? But at times the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe.
I'm so sorry.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me?
No.
Of course I will. It would be an honor. Imagine if they gave us the option and you just said no. You know what? On second thought, I don't want to defend you anymore. You've been nothing but mean to me ever since I came here, and I've done nothing to you. You know what? To the gallows you go. But that's what you get for killing Tobias Gregson. Bye, shithead. Hasta la vista.
I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo.
Then my life is in your hands. I'm gonna drop it in the toilet.
Well, Lord Van Zeeks, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask.
Which is why I simply cannot let the man down.
I can find Gregson's real killer and also get this guy sent to the gallows. Smiles. Because I'm that good of a detective.
To be continued. Oh my god.
It is if I say so. It is if I say so.
There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no, it's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There is a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't it? I suppose. Yes, I think so. Hi. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. You first! Oh my, I do apologize. I don't! However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details, however. I understand that no jury has been no jury? That's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. A closed court. Hey! His hair's back to normal! Good morning, my dear fellows! Mr. Sholmes! Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruto? An outright victory of science, you must agree.
You gotta go, but have fun bullying Van Zeeks. Okay, have a good night or day. Thanks for stopping by.
Look who's entering the public domain soon. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ah! What to one man is a little hair problem, is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning!
Oh dear, how awful for you.
I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. I feel like there's something going on here. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor. And that would be... your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes! After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind. My own. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in. Oh look, she's got us. She's got the sash. Does that mean she's a full-on inspector? Gina. What's that on her arm? Oh, it's a mourning band. Never mind. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Otto? Yes, Gina? Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it was him. What killed the boss? I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him who killed the boss, then God help him! is indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing.
Eh?
At least, that may be some solace to the deceased.
Please, Otto. Get whoever did this for the boss. Gina. I ain't feeling this useless. There's nothing I can do. So you've gotta find who done this and make the wretch pay!
Counsel for the defense and the defendant! Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please!
Alright then, here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks.
I like open the door to go into the courtroom and then I close it in his face and he just runs into the door. This is a very personal case. Holy shit. And whatever truth is revealed, I'm going to have to look it straight in the eye. Why'd they show Sholmes for that? Not like he did it. He didn't do it, did he? Oh, it's quiet.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct a fair and just trial of the defendant, Varric von Zeeks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin?
The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long. It feels... I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench.
The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge.
In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder.
The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present, but by Her Majesty's direct orders.
How will that work, my lord?
The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the jurors' bench shall remain vacant today.
If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord?
They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial.
Members of the judiciary.
Oh my. This is a very unusual trial already.
There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and defense are both aliens of Great Britain.
I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain this is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Holy shit, aliens!
Very well. Let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on November 1st
at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building on flats on Fresno Street, on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed in this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. Number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. Oh, okay, there's Toby. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. How was the range being determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel.
The autopsy report has been entered into the court.
The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. Not conclusively.
Bravo, Kazuma-sama. We're not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven.
Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There is a candelabrum mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile.
We noticed that too, didn't we?
Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit a plan of the crime scene as evidence, please.
As you wish, my lord.
Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Bone. But there is precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair.
So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or another.
When the police was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. So, the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Ooh, first witness time! A name, please, Counsel.
Naturally.
The accused himself. Oh, I thought we were going to see someone new, Kazuma. Come on! Lord Van Zeeks? As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand.
Hey, shithead.
So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Barak von Zeeks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zeeks, that you heard Prosecutor Asagi's opening process? I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I must say, Lord Van Zeeks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. but since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony, then. Witness.
Alright, let's see what he has to say.
I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. Wait, you were investigating Gregson? When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
What? Huh? What kind of explanation is that?
That testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right. You haven't explained anyway. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse.
He's right.
I thought you were my new apprentice. But it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asagi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed.
Singular isn't the word. It's laughable.
What's got into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all.
I feel like it's justly deserved, in my opinion.
Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Ooh, their portraits. Ooh.
Hold it!
You were investigating the inspector? What on earth for?
I'm not at liberty to say.
Sorry?
I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in the case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand, then, that on that day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No. I was privy to his movements and that.
How?
I strolled into his office, into the yard, and consulted his diary.
What the fuck, dude?
The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zinks? I was aware of the possible consequences.
So, in summary, you're investigating the victim. And yet, you refuse to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath.
Ugh. Why did I ever think I could defend this man?
When I first entered the room, I saw no one.
Hold it!
At 5 p.m., the sun would only just have gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside.
I mean, you saw that room, Runosuke. It's like barely any light could come in, even when it's daytime. Like, if you're like in a far off corner, it would be pretty dark. What about the candle, though?
The candle is weird. So... Because, like, it gives off the impression that Gregson was shot when the three candles were, like... The candle did splatter wax on the wall. Yeah, so there's no question that the candle was shot. But the thing that's like weird to me is that look at the candle that was shot and compare it to the other candles. These two candles were used because they're melted. So like, why are these two candles used and this one seems like it's completely new? And if we judge it by like how they appeared, that would mean someone lit these two candles after the shooting happened. Did the police turn the candles on while they were investigating? Or was there another reason? Yeah, see, it's like brand new. It's like, aside from being shot, it hasn't been touched in use, but these two have been used. No, I don't think the police would light up the candles because that would be messing with evidence. So why are they used? We'll figure it out as we go on. And then there's this fucking thing. There's a lot going on. Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death with scorch marks at point entry. The bullet exited. The caliber of the gun used matches that of standard issue firearms for members of the judiciary. Wait, who? Wait, Maria Gori? Isn't that like the daughter of the lady from the previous case? Not sure that part of the room where the body was found is very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk. Oh, couldn't say for certain. Okay, there was an oil lamp. There's a small desk in the room. It's here. Yes, I remember. And there was an oil lamp on it, as well as a framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started walking towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. Moments later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Wait. So he's claiming that he entered the room, he heard a gunshot, he didn't see anyone else but the gun, and then he saw Gregson on the floor? My bro, my guy, my dude, what in God's name are you talking about?
Hold it!
So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there. Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is, I didn't sense another's presence. Then, could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Oh. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. This is going from bad to worse. And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor? Right. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands.
I mean, he wears gloves all the time though, so we don't have to, and I don't think they do fingerprints yet.
In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold. There was no smell of spent powder.
What? What? Nice little slap. What on earth is this gun that was fired?
Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that. Me too.
So I picked up the firearm to examine it. The door flew open, and I heard a man scream.
Hold it!
Man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume?
That's right. One of the three street merchants working on Fresno Street.
Right now, we know that what is confirmed is that the gun that was supposedly used to kill Gregson, anyone in the judiciary has access to it. This is a gun that is handed to the Scotland Yard and prosecutors for some reason. So anyone in the judiciary could have it. It's just inconveniently, Van Zeeks doesn't know where his gun is. So while not conclusive, anyone can say that the gun that was found could be his because we don't know where his original gun is. So that's what they got so far with that.
Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot.
Can we meet them?
Without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened.
Yes, Nina told us that they yesterday, didn't she?
They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did. Almost gave me a heart attack in the process.
But you're supposed to be the Reaper. I kind of wish he did get a heart attack.
The first man to come in immediately noticed a revolver in my hands and fled. A policeman patrolling down Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction.
Oh, whoops.
So that's Lord Van Zeeks' account.
Do you have any thoughts, Mr. Naruto?
Yes, mainly that it really doesn't ring true in all sorts of ways. Who fired the gun if there was nobody else there? And how did the corpse just appear in front of him?
So, you think Lord Van Zeeks is lying?
No, I don't think that. I mean, if he was going to lie, I would expect him to have come up with a more credible story, wouldn't you?
Yes, I completely agree. I think he genuinely doesn't know what really happened himself. So we must do what we can to fill in the gaps.
Yes. First and foremost, we need more information. I need to press that last statement.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that moment, and then suddenly, there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At the moment, what I heard was the sound of a door flying open, and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more.
I see.
After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Those curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed, and how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere. No idea.
Objection!
Oh! Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Beric von Zeeks, is lying on multiple fronts.
Ooh, this music though? What is that supposed to mean?
Good gracious, counsel! The defendant is lying, you say?
In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark.
That's correct.
No, that's impossible. As proven by the candelabrum. Ah, yeah, he's bringing it up. He's bringing it up. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact.
One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle.
The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length. Yeah, see? It's what I said earlier. It's exactly what I said earlier.
Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long.
We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together. Which begs to question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. Ah! That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning, so the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. And the accused's claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now, to the next lie. There's more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper clippings. Yes, that's right, we saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they include a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. And there is a common thread linking all of the documents on that board.
Indeed. What is this common thread, Counsel?
They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barrick von Zieks.
All of them?
Ah! And furthermore, all of those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted.
Good lord!
Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Oh no!
In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout, and his base of operations.
The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been in his own secret hideout. Well, technically there's 3 survivors. We got Mr. Stumpy Japanese man, whose name I forgot, who's back in Japan. We got Gina, and also Albert Hairbrain. They are the only 3 survivors of Von Zieks' 19 cases. 16 dead, 3 alive. And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been in his own secret hideout. That's just speculation, Kazuma. I'm sorry. You're just assuming things. No one would believe that. No. The truth is, blah blah blah.
Backwards. Explain, Counsel.
Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. What? Dun dun dun.
Order! 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 Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barrick von Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to this country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Azurgi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it.
This has done a brilliant job as ever.
He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution's case. And it's a formidable one. Counsel, you will submit to the board that you have showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord.
Ooh, can we examine it? Witness is an ace attorney. Don't commit perjury challenge. Impossible. They either do it willingly or accidentally, but they always do it.
And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. We're getting multiple! Witnesses who saw the events unfold on the day in questions.
Oh yeah, the street merchants! Yeah! I want to see them! Show them! Shut up! Get out! Leave! We hate your pussy! Get out! Oh, it's that guy! Oh, he got fired.
So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Oh my god, his lip! Jesus! I hate that he does that. Ugh! That's gross!
Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us.
We're just free and easy, sell what we like, live where we want to live.
She's cute.
I give them all a vacant stare as they walk down. Ah!
Pixel 19 dance.
Beck, hello! Welcome. Thank you for subbing for 6 months. I hope you enjoy your stay.
Please forgive my horrible accents. Let me take a sippy.
I give them all a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them.
Ah. Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street?
Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you know.
Jaunty little tidbits?
Got an absolute smash for you, sir. Right up your Guinness, it is. 6p is the price and not a penny less.
Since it is late, but you figure you pop in? Okay, thank you for stopping by.
Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now?
Oh, come on, sir. Then tell me you're not interested.
Try the man.
Give him the money and see what it is.
Pay the man, counsel.
Alright, 6p it is.
You won't forget it, sir. Now, got your listening ears on? Just between you, a young couple at Slate Street had just had twins.
Is that it? Is that it?
No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to spread. And that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6p a piece it is, if you're curious.
I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely, that unusual bruise or whatever it is poking under your collar.
Ooh, hold on, yeah. Oh shit, what's going on there?
What about the next witness then? What name do you go by and what do you sell?
Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? Funny, innit?
Oh shit.
I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. 6p pop. Wouldn't you say?
Oh my god, she lit it with her butt. She's so cute! I love her! She's so cute! I love her, actually.
You aren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell?
Oh yeah. The second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could blow up the school.
Oh god. Oh, that's... Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What'd you say then, eh? Want to part with sixpence a pop?
Wait, what? You want me to buy one?
Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom.
Try the woman.
Give her the money and see if she's right.
Pay the woman, counsel.
Alright, I'll buy one.
Lovely stuff. Right then, this is something a bit extra just for you. The Venus Special, only 600 pence.
600?
It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there?
And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either.
Oh, we actually got them.
Okay,
You see that description? What sort of bang could it make?
I think...
Yeah, you get it. Oh my god, this really is Turnabout Goodbyes! Holy shit, this is just straight up Turnabout Goodbyes! It's like the same thing! It's the same case! Literally!
And the last witness. What name do you go by and what do you sell?
think of me. Think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. I think. Because I stand there on the street, watching the world go on about me. They call me the Observator.
You got fired. Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich and you know it.
So, you don't actually sell anything?
A problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and think what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no, come to think of it.
Pity. No more purchases today, please!
Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems.
I want to talk to Venus more. I like her. She's cute. They conduct their business at Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene.
Venus is the only one that actually sells stuff.
See, and thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witness the crime.
Well, I'll be beggared, I thought, just between yous. Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw. What I think is, if all what we see is light and shadow playing with our eyes, is any of it real?
Well, the court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident.
Are they in my... They are! Let's see. A peddler plying his trades on Fresno Street. He seems to make his money selling interesting items of news to passersby. Meager little fireworks to children. Sandwich.
We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. So everything from the moment they went in the building. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. Seems to me the quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened. I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared half to death, me, so I ran off to find the copper.
She's so cute! I love her! She's so cute!
These witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything. What did they see going inside the building? They said the Reaper.
I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folks love stories like this. I've made myself a tidy sum already. But wait! The room was just several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it.
I hate when he flicks his fat lip. It's so gross.
Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot.
The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased.
And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Cubone. Testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime.
No!
Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel for the defense.
We proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this without jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down his testimony. Somehow.
Excuse me.
Hold it!
When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and a defendant, Lord Van Zeeks?
I suppose so. The likes of yous don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last. That's for sure and certain.
Just behind Inspector Gregson. Did they arrive at the same time as each other?
No, not all. The first fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard the gunshot.
I like her. The victim arrived 15 minutes before? Are you sure about that?
Am I sure? Am I sure?
Ooh, nice!
Does it seem likely that I'd have forgotten a fella with bright red hair like that, does it?
Eh? Yes, his hair were really well red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even. But that fiery red pop still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is.
Wait a minute! You're saying the man was a redhead? What you listening, chum? Aye, he was a redhead. And he had a big trunk with him as well.
A big trunk? But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene.
Why was he wearing a wig? Why is he wearing a wig? Gregsy?
Red hairpiece.
Of course, we saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we?
I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a headpiece, though.
So then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that?
Color does seem to suit the man, one might say.
No, it doesn't!
The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel.
I need a good look at that photograph. Let's see.
Oh yeah, it is absolutely planted evidence. There's no way.
Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruto? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks.
Sorry, it's just that it's the Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like.
Shall we find out?
What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. Oh! Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang.
My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruto. It sounded almost exactly like...
There we go. Always check your evidence because then you can update it. Alright, let's check this. You can't zoom in. Is there anything in the back? Oh, hello? Bloody handprints?
Oh, what's this?
Mr. Naruto, look!
Yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint.
And the color. That's blood, isn't it?
Oh dear, so disturbing.
There's a bloody handprint on the back side. Interesting. Okay. What about the front?
There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there?
This paper from 10 years ago is just browning with age. Look.
Out of interest, the most recent thing here is to be this newspaper cutting here.
Oh. It's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Shones was picking out.
And do you remember? There was a red hair piece at the scene too.
Is Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Headed League then? Or maybe he was investigating something. They had an opening because someone died. Maybe it was a murder. And maybe Gregson was investigating that. That's what got him killed. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? It was Shones? Shones wasn't wearing a headpiece. He dyed his hair like an idiot. And then he became Hatsune Miku for a day. I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. It just disappeared. What, you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you?
We definitely saw him in the dark going in though. No question about that. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang.
Hold it!
Like this. Wasn't it?
It was almost straight away. Okay. I think we get the message. Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive to the crime. Not good.
Hold it!
So when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too? You were way behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before? I'm not anybody, me. The signs are what make me who I am now. A sign before I am. So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago, then? I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot. Turn down King Henry Street and the Black Widower's arm is just there. Oh dear, you've made him hide behind the sign. Life is full of surprises.
Taken down by a gamer.
Went into the room and there he was. Paper gun in hand, standing over.
Hold it!
What's going on there? Yeah, did you scream? They're not talk at all. There were candles burning on the wall. Really? And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. It's between you. It's the first thing I noticed when I go inside. Ah, I see. Even though Lord Van Zeeks claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall. Next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused, Baron Von Zeeks. That's right, pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I wasn't I? But I'm no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground. Oh? I stood my ground and gave that Reaper a cold, hard stare. Sandwich doesn't seem to think so.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head as I am. Just 2 slices with no middle. So, I don't know what you could want with me. I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean. What I think is, we're all nothings, really. I tried to dress up ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. That's it. Ugh! You rotten beggar! I told you to keep that a secret! He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's all I wanted to say. Mr. Gossip, is this true? The floor was dead slippery, that's why. I planted my hands on a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck! What? A pool of blood? But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving the Reaper a cold hard stare, and don't you forget. Let's just go back. Did you say you got blood on your hand? I did. Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I was scared, so I slipped over. We can keep it just between us, can't we? No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information into your formal testimony. Oh, if I must. The witness amends. Okay. slipped over and got blood on my hand, so I quickly wiped it off on the floor. I don't think you did wipe it on the floor. I think you wiped it somewhere else. Wow, the last time I played really was like 2021. Almost exact, like... Was the last time I played really like exactly a year ago? Holy shit! What the fuck? Dang, I really needed a break from this game. A year tradition. Considering how long the cases in this game take, I might as well. But yeah, I think he's lying.
Objection!
So you wipe the blood off from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that? Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
Objection!
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is a defensive search?
Objection!
If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi. Ooh! Oh my god, the girls are fighting! Certainly there is no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint left in blood. Handprint in blood left very clearly on the scene. On the back of this notice board. Oh, yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinctive color of blood. You're dead right! That's from my hand! I know it anywhere! Oh, he's not denying it. Interesting. So he's not denying it.
Objection!
So he's not gonna deny it. That means he's just as confused as we are. The witness very clearly, definitely, the witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprint on the back of the board are irrelevant. Did you not just hear him say that is quite clearly his right
Objection!
hand? Not if the board itself had fallen over on the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was on the opposite corner of the room. Even if some had been toppled over and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body. I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There is a very definite contradiction here, which there must be a reason. I take it you have formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel? Sure. Definitely. Regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene. Listen, it's what you do in Ace Attorney games. You save constantly. I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by... Who's sussy? We have 3 witnesses that are pretty sussy right now. Well, at least one of them. But I think it's because something might have happened that made his story of events contradict evidence. Maybe the board moved? Let me look at the board one more time. Is there anything else about the board that's suspicious? Not like a little scratch here, but I don't think that amounts to much. Let me look at the floor plans. Does it have wheels? No, it does not have wheels. Not. Let me look at the floor plans one more time. Okay, so the board was here. The people came in from here. And the body is over here. What gossip is saying is that there was a pool of blood. He fell over. And he wiped his hands on the floor. If we could say that the board was toppled over, maybe he, like, scrambled backwards and that's how his hand ended up on the board? I'm gonna assume maybe the board fell over. I feel like that's the most logical case, but let me save again just in case. Also, Achi, there is a really cute witness, and I want you to see her. She's really cute. I'm gonna say the board moving. Real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down. Yeah, okay, I was right. Good gracious. So it is. If the witness had put his hand up against the board, the fingers should be pointing upwards. What does that tell us? It tells us one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as previously suggested. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection!
You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet. But the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point. And that would be the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify the assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated? Oh, maybe it was over here. Maybe it was over here. Cause like if you open the door, and if it's over here, it would get knocked over by the door. Oh, maybe, yeah. I'm gonna say it's over here. I'm gonna say it was around here. Cause that way, that's how it would get knocked over. And then it would be close to the pool of blood. And then the dude would like scream, yeah. My brain is piecing things together. I'm gonna say here.
Take that!
This is the only possible location. Immediately adjacent to the doorway. If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark. Couldn't see the body. Oh, heck! If the notice board had been there, the body would have been completely hidden from view. Oh! Yeah! Oh, it's making sense now! But then why was the board moved? And the lights from the candles would have blocked, making the room appear dark.
Objection!
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or, in his precise words... Yeah! They burnt... So, like... So what happened is Van Zeeks entered. He didn't knock over the thing, so the candle was like hiding the body. And he was like went into the room and investigated, and he found the gun. And then the witnesses came in, and then they bursted in, and it caused the board to fall over, which made the body visible. I think that's what is. I think yeah. I think that's what's going. I think that's what's going on right now. He didn't even reach for the desk. Exactly. I just picked up the firearm to examine it. The door flew open, and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Yeah. I don't know about calling it a scream, but it was talking about me and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked that door open. At least he's being honest. I don't think these guys are guilty because they're being honest. I think they're just stupid. But I like them. I think they're funny. If you look at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door of the room was thrown open with force. There you go. That can't. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible. Good gracious. My client has told nothing but the truth, even if he is stupid. I'm gonna grab some Wawa. He has simply described what he saw. Let me talk to the firecracker lady again. I like her. It's cute.
Order! Order! Counsel, how has this not come to light before now?
After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when we investigated the room.
Witness, what have you to say for yourself?
What? Me, my lord? You and your fellows were at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board.
The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime.
Stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message. I don't know anything about the notice board. I just want my hand on it. That's all.
But don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with the second years at the time.
See, she's so cute. I love her. I love her. She's so cute. Ah, what a good design. Ah, it's so cute. I like that she turns on the match with her butt. Oh. Whoa. Owly Plays, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay. Oh, thank you for the drink too. One second. Second years at 5 p.m. in the 1880s? Hey, man. Not everything needs to be super accurate, I suppose. Hey! Yeah! Love that. Love that here.
I don't know anything about anything. Just at the bystander. Just a sign at the crossroads of life.
It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored. Bored. I agree.
Can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot.
Yeah, love him.
So none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime what they witnessed,
And with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see.
You can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened.
That's right, yeah. I don't pay him to expect too much. It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. And that's what I think.
Do you? Really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That is an unfortunate fact so far. In short, the only person who could have possibly committed this crime is Barak von Zeeks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact. Quite so. Quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances? Most certainly, my lord.
Oh, excuse me. Excuse me!
Very well. Then you may proceed, counsel. Alright. See what they have to say. I don't know anything about the notice board, I just wet my hand on it, that's all. But don't look at me, I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
Hold it!
This is important. I already know. I already know. This is super important. I'm pretty sure, I'm like so certain that what's gonna happen now is that the gunshot that they all heard was her doing business with the second years. And they lit up like a firecracker and it made the noise, and that's the gunshot they heard. I'm willing to bet that this is exactly like Turnabout Goodbyes, where the actual murder happened way before what they think it did. And it's like these circumstances making people assume that the murder happened at this time when it really happened at a different time. I think that's what's going on right now. When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks?
Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just around the corner. Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to kingdom come.
And you're letting them?
So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to.
Oh, you have? Oh, okay. So, okay, she's such a scammer! She's selling them the fireworks that they're gonna use to blow the school and then telling the teachers so they get in trouble while she still gets the money. What a fucking girl boss! What a fucking bitch! I love her!
Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt. So I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to buy more. Everyone's happy, see?
What a fucking girl boss! She's such a scammer! What a fucking... Oh, I love her! What a racket.
Of course. And sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus for to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life, selling explosives.
Venus is a guileful goddess indeed.
No, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it.
Oh, hello? Oh, you got some dirt on her?
Excuse me!
You got some dirt on her, old man? Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich?
If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts.
Hmm?
Let's say there was a great liar, and that great liar said something without batting an eye, Telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying. Are you? Oh? He's looking at her.
What are you going on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set him off. That'll give you something to tremble about.
I really like her. I like her. You have a startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady. So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Can you elaborate, please, sir?
Old blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshots seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him too. That's right. That rotten liar over there.
Ah! So she was nearby!
So she was nearby. She didn't leave at all. Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I?
Yes, you mentioned it.
Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it?
Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch? So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief!
Well, now you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps... I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah.
Either you clearly remember it or you don't! Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. She just did it for fun. She committed perjury for fun. She doesn't care. Yeah, she does that. She just lights the match with her ass, and I love it. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh yes, my lord, of course. Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek at the room where it all happened.
Hold it!
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus?
Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I take everything I say with a big pinch of salt.
Damn. She is honest and at the same time not honest. Alright. But you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you?
Oh, please,
As if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying. Truth, please.
well, alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know?
Wait, how old are you? We don't even know her age. Goddamn, we don't know any of their ages. How old are these people? I don't know. Dear God. Did you touch anything at the scene? Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor. The truth, please.
Well, alright, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once-over, but it was nothing to write home about.
Right. Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please! As if I would touch anything like that! Just a few bits too loose change is all I had.
The truth, please.
Well, alright then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing.
You're telling us that you did move that board?
I think that did slip out, didn't it?
What? You daft bomb butt!
I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think.
So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps, to sell?
Oh, please. I should be so lucky in my...
The truth now!
I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. A bit of junk like this can't be worth much if you... Ah!
Oh, it's Gina! So it was you, was it? You're the one who took it! Gina? Young lady, may I remind you where you are? That watch there. That was a present the Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case until 10 years ago!
That's her case, no doubt.
The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub.
I see.
I swiped it off and once on blimey was he upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then. Not all that, though. I took it to Jabez's that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. Ugh! I knew I should have lifted it! That watch must be submitted as evidence at once.
Oh, please. Just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done.
Not a chance! I'll swipe it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again! That's enough! Hand the watch to the baitlet forthwith! Now, children. Watch your manners. Good lord. The glass appears to be broken. More than likely it shattered when the inspector was shot.
It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard, then. Supports the prosecution's claim, of course. We need to investigate that right now. It would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at last. And as predicted, had very little bearing to the case. Ugh. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel. Alright, before that though, I want to examine that watch. Glass over the face is really badly cracked.
What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully.
The way the watch looked, It's 5 o'clock on the dot, but that's not what I'm concerned about. Oh.
Hello, what do we have here? tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? That's probably the winder. You ha 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 ha! Hello, what do we have here? Is that a keyhole for something to wind up the watch? Maybe to change the time? Hee hee hee, hoo hoo hoo. Ah hee hee hee, hoo 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 hoo, oh ho ho ho. There's a tiny little stub sticking from the floor hole here, look. I suppose there must be like a little knob or something, da-da-da. In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of his watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred. Yes, of course. It could mean that there is a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. So like, I didn't even notice this at the beginning. I was mostly gonna point at the fact that the way it was cracked makes it seem like the bullet hit right here at this spot. But then I saw that and it's like, ah hee hee hee, ooh hoo hoo hoo. Let's see. Could be the key for the Inspector Grigson's watch. It could be. Let's try it at once. Not a moment to lose. Let's see. Ah! It works! And look! The inspector's watch is start going again. Ah, so we've obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Mrs. Soto? Well, if the watch isn't exactly broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I'd better start thinking deeply too. Okay, so it doesn't change the time. It makes the watch work. So it's just you need to wind it to make it work. So I wonder, how long was Gregson dead for? Well, no, he entered. This is like, what does this mean though? Okay, I'm just a bystander. This is a sign of crossroads of life. I don't think that's important. Regret it. Screams bored.
Hold it!
Didn't they say 15 minutes? Oh yeah, they did, huh? It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon after you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it? Maybe the notice board fell over, and maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, or maybe I didn't. The Reaper's fate is sealed either way because that gunshot we all heard. So your fate's sealed too. My fate? That's right. The defense's fate to lose. Thanks, Kazuma. Love that. Love that vote of confidence. And the prosecution to win. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. If I could just find some problem with that part of their story, that made it possible to change all our fates. Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it? Not much to go on. As you pointed out, Mr. Naruhodo, there's no question that the notice board was moved, so somebody must have done it. But it did happen after the event, so maybe Kazuma is right, and it's not relevant to the case. It seems to have been deliberately positioned so as to hide the body from view. So I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all this. Yes, I know what you mean. I've no doubt that there's more clues to uncover. You're on the right track, I can feel it. So follow your instincts. Alright then. Maybe I should just press everything.
Hold it!
So you admit that it was the board you wiped your bloody hand on. Admit it? What's to admit? It's there plain as day for all to see, a smashing print of my right hand. Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint, so you righted the notice board and pushed it to the corner, did you? Oh no! Imagine the weight of that great lump! Do I look like that powerful and well-nurtured man? Well, did you see anybody else moving the board? God knows of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me, and the Grim Reaper himself standing over there. And there was precious little inside. Either, the bottom lip was all a-quiver. In other words, this witness is unable to give definitive testimony at that point. Yes, it would seem. Maybe I did sneak up a little peek in the room, where it all happened.
Hold it!
Not until they bring it up. Right now, if they don't bring it up, then I can't really ask about it. It's like hasn't been a subject yet. I just gotta press what they say. Oh, did you go to see what happened in the room, didn't you? There's no street is my whole world. It's all I know, and I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know it, but if I want to hold my sign up high. So you did go to see what had happened. It's not the destination that's important. It's how you get there, isn't it? Did you notice the notice? Did you notice the notice board in the room? Did you notice the notice board on the floorboard? If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sign family. If I'd spotted it, I might have tried to trip it up out of a sense of rivalry, I admit. Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo sapiens. Someone needs to tell you that you're Homo. Does that mean that you didn't notice the board? I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander. Me, just a sign at the crossroads of life. In which case, just who was responsible for moving the notice board? Excuse me. Excuse board.
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by that? Oh, come on now. Don't tell us you've not noticed. He looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella. But not notice boards. They're the one thing he likes. You can see it in his eyes.
I can't say I'd ever noticed.
I'll tell you one thing for free, though. I never took my eyes off that man on the floor. Or off the Reaper. Not for a second. Sorry? Well, I was that scared. I couldn't. You never know what a feeling like that might do if you look away, do you? He seems pretty confident about that, too. If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board. Aye, that I can. The Reaper did nothing of the sort. I can swear on that. I couldn't have missed it if he'd heaved that thing up right again and dragged it into the corner. Right. Glad we cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored? Feel your pain, Cosmo. And see... Detectives still died when we heard the gunshot.
Hold it!
It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon we all heard that loud bang, wasn't it? Maybe the notice board fell over, or maybe it didn't. I fell over, or maybe... Oh wait, I did this one already. I guess this is a present situation, maybe? Did I press this part?
Hold it!
Let me do it again just in case. You certainly know how to lie. It's nothing really. I was just a little quirky. With not so little implications. Did you know? Everything in the world apart from the truth is a big fat lie. If you believe that, of course. I'm lost. As am I. The desecration of the truth is really rather disturbing. I think perhaps we should move on to the next witness. I have an idea, but I could be wrong. Maybe this?
Objection!
Oh, I was right! Okay. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Ooh. At the scene, we found this key to the winder. We found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key? And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it is in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? Yeah, there we go, there we go. Order! 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 Counsel! The watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock. Yeah, which is just when we heard the gunshot. It is exactly that hour. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when this crime was committed. I don't know about that. No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The boss used to wander up every evening without fail when he was waiting for grub at the come of the pub. He said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years Polish and wanted it. Mom, the boyfriends are fighting! Oh my god! They're fighting, they're bickering, and they're being fruity. It went the world to him, that watch did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day, even in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, wouldn't you expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day? Oh, how do you explain that? In summary, the evening before the day of the incident where the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean... What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Yo! But then who killed him? Counsel, that is the most extraordinary claim!
Objection!
Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd! You claim he was already dead the night before? Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? Well, on that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted.
That's right. Oh wait, is it not? Really? Oh yeah, it's not. I completely missed that. There's no time of death. No one knows. They were completely basing it on the watch, but they're not even sure. I completely missed that. Okay, that is interesting. Wait a minute. You're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in. What do you mean? Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty great puddle of blood. Yes. The victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh. He catches on fast, doesn't he?
Objection!
But that blood could be explained in a number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Why is his lip like that? I don't know, and I hate it too. You're not alone, Ashi. I fucking hate his lip. Fresh blood could have...
Objection!
Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. Oh, it could have been like animal blood, maybe? He looks like those pics of dogs after eating bees. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. The problem is currently being researched at present. You are correct. It is beyond our abilities. So then a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't in the inspector's blood at all. That is possible.
Objection!
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, isn't it beyond the realm of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all? Oh, please. What are you trying to say? Was not know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from that there room. Oh, he still has the whip? Now, you listen to me. A street seller's ear is livelihood. I don't doubt your ears, sir. But all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise. Eh? Explain yourself, counsel. His lip is like that as a Sherlock Holmes reference? Really? How so?
Take that!
Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot. Good gracious! The very fireworks that are sold by the witness! Now hold on a minute. Are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway, see? Not 100 of them together. The Venus Special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. You are trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off on the scene? I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day, and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for those peddlers on Fresno Street to hear. But how? How can they set that up?
Objection!
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at that time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause the bang was Barrack von Zeeks. One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop. See? It's why people like them. I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection!
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a
A time bomb? Good heavens, a bomb! Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No. Wait, it's the wherever you like part that's important. A timed device? Yes, exactly! A timed device! Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way a time device was employed in the sound of a gunshot? Can I say? Okay, I can. Okay, good. Candle? Oh! Maybe! Oh! Oh yeah, you might be right, actually. You know what? It was kind of weird that people were assuming that the body was shot through the detective into the candle, because that would have been a really weird angle. That would have been a really weird angle. Like, yeah, it's in the same location. Yeah, it does look like it exploded rather than... Maybe the candle is a firecracker instead? Like a really big one? Oh. Exactly. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna say it's the candle, because I think you might be right on that. You can't even see where he was shot in this picture. Poor Gregsy. Pip and Pip. Alright, I'm gonna suggest a candle.
Take that!
Yeah. As the court had already discussed, the tip of one of these candles in the candelabrum has been blown off. Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed to the victim. That doesn't make any sense. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible? Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible in the broken candle. There are. Goodness, yes! But is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry route? That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is shot from very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks? How can that be, eh? The fact that there is such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or, to put it another way, the candle and the firecrackers were joined together. Ah! There it is! That's how they did it! So when the candle goes to that height, it would light up the firecracker, and then they would all blow up. Yeah! Culprits somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang. God damn. I also just noticed Sandwich's like sign thing says actual hero. And that is how these 3 witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. But then how did the person who put that all together knew it would go off like that? That's like some serious planning. What a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than what we've been led to believe. The previous day, even. Now, just hold your horses! All those audience saw the victim going into the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair, even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Oh, okay. So I guess what they're going to say is that someone Gregson was already dead in there, and then someone went in there with the wig, dressed up as Gregson, and then they left the wig on Gregson's body, so they think they saw Gregsy. Okay. Obviously anybody can wear a wig. The person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely, wearing the red hairpiece. Someone else? Do you mean to say? Do you wear wigs? It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Yeah, I think so too. I think that's the case. But then the other question is, where did they... No one saw another person leave, I don't think. How did they take the body out and all that? Unless it's still in the building somewhere. And they haven't found it yet. Azuma, don't laugh at me. Oh, very impressive. Ryunosuke Azuma? Really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? Oh. I also noted the lack of time of death in this report. Stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Oh shit! Kazuma coming for the Britain's judiciary system by the neck! I love Kazuma's theme being a leitmotif in this song too. It's really good. What on earth do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. But while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly I would agree with you. And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing? And where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Hello! Hi!
Even within the yard. However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case that man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend?
I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating.
Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death.
Oh, thank you. I just finished my water. Oof.
Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court.
Oh, hold on. There we go.
What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident?
Oh, maybe this? I have two theories on what it could be. It could either be the red league thing or the professor case.
Those are my two thoughts.
I'm gonna suggest the professor case, like the Reaper cases.
Take that!
Oh. Excuse me. I think it was found somewhere as well. I was joking, Your Honor. I was just kidding, Your Honor. It was just a prank, Your Honor. Where are my slippers? There they are. My feet are cold. Yeah, it might also be the photograph. Actually, did I ever investigate this? Okay, okay.
Take that!
Okay, it's not the photograph. I think it might have actually been the Red League thing. I don't know why. I just have a hunch. 'Cause like they have an opening because someone died. Maybe there would, and like, why else would there be a wig, like a red wig? It seems too coincidental. I think it might have actually been this.
Take that!
I was right! I was right! It was the Red League thing.
I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable.
Yes, that's quite true.
It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League. So, you'd already worked it out.
I like it when Kazuma's the prosecutor. He doesn't shit on me every 2 seconds. He doesn't shit on me every 2 seconds while also not, like, letting me, like, get away with stuff if he sees that I got something wrong. He actually works with me. You could learn from that, Von Zeeks. Oh! Oh la la. Oh la la la. Oh, Sour Grapes, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome, welcome.
The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. A deception of what nature?
Egg.
They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact.
My lord! The defense calls for those two men to be summoned at once. Oh shit, we're gonna see them again? Two redheads! Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece. So it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us to at least. Prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the chargemen to appear. Bring these two red-headed conspirators before me. Prosecutor Sony. At once, my lord. Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned. These goggles look like mushrooms. They kind of do, yeah. Is it a to be continued? Yeah! A to be continued. We survived! Okay. I think I'll go for a little bit longer before I call it, because I definitely want to see these witnesses. But I don't want to stream for too long. I say as I've already gone for 5 hours and it's 2:30 in the morning for me. But yeah, I want to at least see the witnesses. I want to see them. Oh, there you are, though. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina? You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes. I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I! Possibly more shocked than both of you! It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes. It's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. In his whore kimono. Oh dear. If it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Von Zeeks discovered his body, Dr. Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No! Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked that underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Zeus! And it was me who took him in. Thanks to a tip of the good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. That's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? I'm excited. Get your baby crying ready. Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't tie him with the same brush as you, Sholmes! Yes, well... Then there's the whole issue with Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zeeks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zeeks, and Cosmo. I feel as though we knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. The
recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Cosmo was determined, so he should be the one to prosecute the trial. And he was determined that I should take the defense. What is it that he's hoping to make me see? I wonder. I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. I believe that. The cases in this game are way too long, but they're good, but they're so long. Are you ready, Mrs. Sato?
Yes. She is 16. Susato is 16 years old. Keep that in mind. I agree that she is very cute, but please keep in mind that she is 16, and I don't want people to be weird with her.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Baron Zeeks here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Osogi, my lord, have you summoned the witness as requested?
How is she working in the court? She is our assistant. She is our judicial assistant. She is also very, very smart. And we're technically studying here law. She wants to go into law. Also, it's the 1880s. That's also true. This game isn't like super realistic, so, you know, it's okay.
Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Bailiff, usher the two men into the courtroom.
It's anime. Oh, please, please. There they are. Oh my god. Oh my god. These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court.
I am Fabian de Rosier, a descendant of the great de Rosier family from Nice, en France.
Oh, they're Italian! Okay. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I am the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli.
The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from Thames are the future leaders of Europe. But do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alors, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. That is all I am trying to do.
So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying around?
Oui, you could say that.
Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideas, but the petty plans. This strange combination is the charm of the hilarious brothers.
That's cute, actually. Hilarious brothers.
Di capo.
Something about that pause makes it seem like he wants to strangle him.
Listen to me, Peppino. Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you.
Che, are you about to tell me one of your grandi anecdotes? Evviva!
Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this couple. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business.
Che
Furrow! There it is, the couple's trump card, the furrowed brow! It is deeper, couple, the furrow, and the meaning of your words.
The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, they have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true?
Oui, c'est quoi?
And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud? Alors, I will explain it.
No, capo! Leave it to me! As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The couple here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse crying like the Trevi fountain. Where? Those dogs! One says a word to respect us redheads! Every night he would bury his head in his pillow.
The Peppino! Enough! I will explain the rest! I like that. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London.
Like Mario if he was a child. That's how they wrote his dialogue. That's how I'm expecting him to sound like.
Ah! My soda can! It didn't spill, but it's fine.
Yes, we saw the notice. It was this one, I believe. Entitled to the Red-Headed League.
Oui, c'est quoi? I am honored that you have seen it.
It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. And that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, Red-Headed League hopefuls gathered in droves at the park specified in the advertisement. And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings.
And with the money to France, it was a plan most elegant, no?
Oh! So it's ça? I don't know French, but thank you. C'est ça.
C'est ça.
No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. Looks at Sholmes.
The park was described by one witness as chocked full of red-headed folk, like a coaster's orange barrel.
And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day.
Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life.
See. And now, every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach.
Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry?
The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told.
Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. de Rosio and Mr. de Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph.
Of course, we are always ready to help with the law.
Even though you tried to commit extortion. I kind of like these guys. They kind of rule.
Look at this photograph.
We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day.
But I don't recall the man in this photograph. Capo?
No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park.
Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us.
You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui, oui. I am quite certain. We did not interview this man.
Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise.
It must be noted that you have been arrested for grand deception. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances.
Uffa! With this attitude, we get nowhere,
He's really a sulkin now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street Red-Headed League. Undercover.
I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, eh?
That is ridiculous. No question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. Which means it's quite possible that that's when he was killed. Very well. The defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Yes, my lord. The man in the photograph. No lie, I do think this guy looks kind of cool. I dig his design. I like his eyes, they're pretty. And I think the red hair looks really good on him. He's kind of swaggy. He's kind of this white boy kind of goated with the sauce.
Hold it!
1,000 people? That's a very big crowd. Sholmes did say he had to wait behind like an 8-hour long queue. So, they're probably telling the truth. It was quite a spectacle. Redheads had come from all over the capital.
See, the couple here, he has the magnetismo animale. Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo.
That's pretty gay. All those people wanted was the money, Peppino. The £4 per week. Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants?
Oui.
That we did, because every one of them paid us 5 shillings.
We take out the names and we take out the money. And we take out their addresses as well.
That's dangerous.
Then I'll tell them we take us some days to let them know by a post. E finito, maybe 2 minuti a person. We start early in the morning and we stop late in the night.
So you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune! The very chill and pondered French and the hyper-insensitive Italian. Yeah, apparently they took addresses, which is like... Ew, that's scary. Who'd have thought these were 1,000... There were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with. One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair.
Hold it!
He doesn't look all that familiar?
No, I don't think so. And this was a wig, eh? He was trying to trick us.
You were tricking like thousands of people!
I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people.
Says the extortionist. In what time is this game plays Renaissance? I forgot the name, but it was essentially the time period where Japan opened its borders and was getting westernized. It was around that time. What time period is that called?
Meiji era. There you go. Meiji era. That's what it was. This takes place in the Meiji era. Guns were a new thing. It's more or less guns were like completely unheard of in Japan. But they're not so much new here in Britain. You know, it's Britain, says the con artist. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, signori, I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park. But he's not going to give the court a definite, it seems. Hey, capo, you didn't see a man like this, huh? No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park.
Hold it!
But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then, you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crawling around. Then it's just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, maybe then we could recall. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that factor. If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him. Husband said those two had only been shown a photograph, and they've been told nothing else at all. What if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? Oh! Fish and chips. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was only looking at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. Or the spaghetti! Me, I love the spaghetti! Really? I had no idea. Tell them again what you said before, Peppino. Si, capo, si! I say it again and again. Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us. Yeah, I also enjoy pasta.
Hold it!
I want to try to see if I can ask the other questions. Actually, hold on. I want to try something. Maybe his name? I could certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember. But what if I told you that the man's name was Gregson? The man in the photograph is a Monsieur Gregson? Yes. Names, they are boring. I did not listen to any of them. Oh. It was not a real interview, huh? It was just a for show. Why would I remember the names? Didn't you write them down? That's right. This changes nothing. The man in the photograph was not here, as we've already said. I see. I don't know. I still have one more picture. I still have one more question left. I'm gonna ask the third one.
Hold it!
So we've asked his name and the fish and chips. Let's see his profession.
I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair, but what if I told you that the man in the red hair piece was actually a detective? The man in the photograph, a detective.
Yes.
It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry.
Oh?
Sorry, but this changes nothing.
Ah! Oh, did you hear his voice?
Excuse me.
That was the super baby voice. Something to add, Mr. De Rossi? Che? See, I am always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, a pepper.
What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? Actually, how old are these guys?
He's 25? That is... That's a 25-year-old man!
What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance?
Eh? What did he just say? About the detective?
Yes, that.
Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already. But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard.
What?
Good lord. Ah, look how short he is.
Order, order, order! Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witness.
It's simple. A man who was at the bar said that...
There was no such man.
He's keeping it a secret. He's hiding something. You're getting caught because your little minion is an idiot. It's little sassy. The little sassy. Hey, guy, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, eh?
I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park.
Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at many things, but not to the memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is a faster.
But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up!
Objection.
They both did the table slam. They both did it together. Hee hee hee.
The damage is done.
A French gastronomy is known around the world? Oh, really?
It is indeed, sir. There was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face is completely different.
See, it's true. It's true. The man who came was younger. His face was clean shaven. His eyes were sadder. His chin was thinner.
Wait. Do they mean this guy? Is it this guy? Daily? No resemblance whatsoever then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof.
See, the couple here. He doesn't take no nonsense, eh?
But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Clearly, the papers are fake.
Certo, capo, you're a genius! As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh?
And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, "You are under investigation." So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park.
It was a fantastico! And look, here is the identification.
They took his passport? So you stole it from the man?
He had it coming, he made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was.
Well, neither were you two. Indeed, the person you described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence.
But I like them.
Alright, we need to investigate that now. Like, immediately. Shut up! Let's see. Metropolitan Police warrant card. Can we open it? Who does it belong to? Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. Yes. Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? The Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. Did they actually did someone actually steal Gregson's, like, identification? But how? And the department and identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. That's unbelievable! This is the real thing after all? So was it stolen from him? That's gotta be the only explanation. Well, obviously now this victim has everything to do with you guys because he gave you like a genuine ID. Might have been a different guy, but it was...
Objection!
I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade. Why Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, Counsel? Is this really a fake, or is it genuine? That's the question. Which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen.
That is the boss's! No question about it!
It can't be! As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. Are you sure? C'est de l'eau! I don't think so. I think it's more likely that it was stolen. I don't... But if the boss had his identification stolen, it would have reported it straight away. Oh, maybe. Okay. I mean, it was always on at me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, it'd say. Could be then. But the inspector was physically unable to report it.
Basically, eh? What are you saying?
Wait! Was he already dead? Could he... Oh! Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No!
Order, order, order! The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that?
I know nothing! I done nothing!
Pull yourself together, Peppino! Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no?
Now I wish I had returned to Italia!
Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, I...
Lovey, stop your whining and stop talking!
Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story and consider...
I never nothing! I done nothing!
But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them.
Crying out loud.
The truth is, we took a prisoner and kept him for the night, thus he could hide out.
Wait, what? Huh? They what? Excuse me?
Even though I didn't think he was a detective, I was too scared to let him go that day just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shot him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like the prison, really.
This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man.
But no, see, no, it was not like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. Hey, capo. It was never part of my plan. I swear it. Oof. So you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong by one little a day. I don't think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No. Por favore, capo. It's not fair.
You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. I don't believe this. A real detective. Counsel, will the defense proceed with the cross-examination?
Holy shit, this is like, I was not expecting this, especially from these guys. What the fuck? So on the day before the incident, Rexon spent the night confined in this pair's hideout.
Hold it!
Do you realize what you're saying?
You have to believe me. I never intended for that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend it either.
Do you think?
But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. This was the first crime for the capo. He was at the end of his wits.
I have told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind.
What about this hideout of yours?
the old empty house behind the park on Lime Street.
We rented the place for 2 days. It was inspired idea by the couple here.
An impulsive idea, I would say.
No, not impulsive, inspired. Eh, couple?
What am I supposed to say to that? Oh, Peppino. And it was in the house described that you can find Inspector Gregson, was it? Lee. But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector.
That doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there?
No, you're right. We couldn't be completely certain.
You're scared.
You're scared? Why?
Because we had it. Why had he come to the park? We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that wasn't the case, he would go straight to the police station and blow the whistle on us. Even if he wasn't just feigning to be an inspector, he was up to no good, huh? Without a doubt.
I think most people would agree that it's you two who were up to no good.
Well, you may be right. Eh, Capo?
The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner.
What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place. See! I asked myself the same question!
We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people who we took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what name he said, but the address, it startled me.
See! Address! Scotland Yard! Homicide Division, he said!
What? He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude, I just politely asked him why he had said that. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification.
What was Inspector Gregson playing at?
Tell the boy what happened next. Took him back to your hideout, you say.
See, we did that. We took the man's identification from him and shot him in the room next to us.
Hold it!
That being this identification book here, yes?
See, that is the one.
What made you believe that it was a forgery?
I'd never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspicious, he's a man. Allora, I was thinking, he must be false, eh, capo?
Oui, it is just as Peppino has said. We were convinced that it was not genuine.
And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive.
All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made preparations to transport all of the money. In for a penny, in for a pound. We let him go.
Hold it!
They don't seem to be bad people, they're just really stupid. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly?
Oh, it was nothing. Just a minor incident. The false inspector, he was a real piece of the work. Eh, capo?
What happened?
Uffa, it was a disaster. We gave him a nice room, and what does he do, huh? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator.
Can you blame him?
We tasted him beso? I don't know what that says. And they caught him again. Can you blame us?
Wait! You didn't... You didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? Who do you think we are? Of course not! I simply caught hold of him and took him back to the room.
Excuse me.
They are scammers, that's true. Mr. DeRossi, is something wrong? Hey! Me? Something Mr. DeRossi said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? Just playing clown music, we're good.
Cavolo, at times like this, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. And I speak from a personal experience.
Personal experience? That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more.
The truth is, the night before we put the red-headed league plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away.
Shame you didn't manage it.
But the capo here, he came after me like a turbine, huh? And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, eh, capo?
Bruises, you say?
You wanna see, huh? You wanna see how my fantastic bruises?
That is enough now, Peppino. Never wants to look at any part of you.
What to do, huh? I assure you, or I don't. I assure you, or I don't.
What the fuck? You do! Now!
Allora, if everybody wants to see, then I do it. Ecco, you see? It's still very visible, eh?
Hey, hold up! Wait a second! Hold the phone! Whoa, 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 whoa! Hey, doesn't that look familiar, huh? Where have we seen bruises like that somewhere before? Interessante! That red ring around your neck. You got that when you were dragged back to the house?
See, the capo sometimes is very rough.
I said that's enough! Peppino's neck is nothing to do with what we are talking about there. You have my word. Yes. What is your opinion, Counsel? What this red... Does it matter? It's important. It's very important. Mr. DeRossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck.
Hi, capo. You see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh?
Ugh. He's just a little idiot.
See, if you really want to know. He tried to escape, but the capo put the collar on him and dragged him back, like what he did to me.
Wait a minute. Wait. Okay, don't tell me if I'm right or wrong. This is just a theory. But everyone's talking about how it's so unnatural that Gregson, showed off his identification. Yeah? Like, that's not something you do when you're undercover. Like, what the fuck? Why would you blow your cover immediately? That's just not something Gregson would do. And now he's saying that he dragged them back from the collar. And we're seeing that he did the same thing to Peppino, and he has the same, the same marks as, they're not gonna let me show it, as the guy with the bee sting month. Is it possible that I was right? That it wasn't actually Gregson, but he had his identification stolen? And it was the gossip guy. Maybe it was gossip that they met up with, and not actually Gregson.
Hold it!
That's my theory right now. Are you saying
The red mark was caused by
See, a big collar made from the leather.
a leather collar? Is this true, Mr. De Rosio?
What? We had a Saint Bernard at home when I was younger. It is a souvenir from that time with a very strong chain.
Strong chain. And you put that around your friend's neck?
I'm sorry! I was so angry that he was leaving me alone!
You do not have to tie the chain to the leg of the bed, huh? Though, huh? You would not try to run again.
You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you?
This to the people of Equala is the couple's here motto, eh?
It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden.
The couple is tough, but the couple is rough.
Ugh, I shouldn't have done it. So the following morning, when you released the inspector,
He had the red ring around his neck, just like me!
Pepino, s'il vous plaît, leave it now.
Now you know, eh? The couple here, you don't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector, he's not so bad. You spent the night in a nice room, and then you get like nothing in the bed.
You took away the man's freedom. However comfortable you make it sound, you were still holding him prisoner.
You say that, then I say this. There is something that takes away our freedom too, the lack of our money. So we are the prisoners as well, huh? All of us.
Huh?
No money, no freedom. This is the truth. It makes me mad and it makes me sad. What can we do?
Well, if you feel so disenfranchised, take money to court. Though it'll cost you, of course.
Oof, there you have it. You see, that is why we needed the Red Hooded League to fight for the justice.
That is a point.
No, Mr. Naruhodo. All we did was to give the man a comfortable place to sleep for the night. And you say he was a prisoner, huh?
Actually has a point again.
No, again, Mr. Naruhodo. You should have had the mouse snoring. And if anyone was disturbed, it was us.
Not much to go on, really. The testimony does make me wonder, you know. About this pocket watch belonging to the inspector, I mean. Ah, yes, the one he treasured so much, apparently. If he was confined, but not estranged, as the witnesses are implying, he would still have been able to wind his watch. That's very true, yes. Did Inspector Gregson actually die while he was being held captive by these redheads? In which case, it is possible that these two young men are responsible for Mr. Gregson's... To be honest, I find that hard to believe. Perhaps we should find out exactly what happened. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. I wish I could present profiles, because I think I know what it is. Even though I didn't think it was the real detective, too scared to let me go just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in a room next to ours. He tried to escape, but the capo shut the collar on him and dragged him back, like what he did to me. See? He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like prison, really. Lee. I feel like this part's important. Should I present the watch? Maybe?
Protection!
Okay, no, not the watch. Is this another one of those cases where I just have to press everything? If something's different?
Hold it!
Let's see. Did I? I did.
Hold it!
Big apple? But the mince was not genuine.
Hold it!
Let's see. I like how they play the clown music. Oh! Hello? Mina! Hi! Mina, hi! Hey, Mina! Hi! Hello, Mina! Hi! Hello, everybody. For anyone that's new, hello. My name is Carby, whichever you prefer. I'm just a little guy, and I'm trying to figure out how to solve this case. Also, Celestial Ninetail, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay. Right now, I'm cross-examining this. Oh!
An anonymous user gifted a tier
Oh
1
my
sub to
god!
Mina.
Thank you for whoever gifted a sub to Mina. Now Mina has access to my dumb little emotes. But yeah, I'm currently cross-examining this French and Italian man and like trying to figure out what's going on. Cause I'm a little confusion here. Any wonder? Da, 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 da. Let me save again. Oh, whoops.
Hold it!
I'm just gonna give it one more press. statement 4 that has me suspicious.
Hold it!
Wait, hold up. I need to check something really quick. Hold on. I just thought of something. I need to check something. Yeah, there's the bruises. No. Where's that? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, no, okay. Okay. They're saying that they left bruises on his neck. But there's no bruises here. His neck is clean. So the person they captured wasn't Inspector Gregson after all. I think this will help with my theory that they captured the other guy, Gossip.
Objection!
Yeah! I was right. So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was homely. Shut up. However you described it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, counsel? I would ask the court to please look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. Eh? But that's a mistake and nonsense. That makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off of the man in the morning. And I saw that the bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on the witness's neck, you'd expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi. Indeed, that is most peculiar. What did we tell you, huh? We said this from the beginning many times. Oui, Peppino is right. The man in the photograph is somewhat different to the man we handcuffed that night. And they cry, and they cry, and they cry, and they cry. Order! It would appear then that on that day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all.
Objection!
No, yeah, I agree. No, if that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? It was stolen! My bro! It's so obvious that it was stolen by someone else! You think Gregson would show off his identification while he's incognito? Put some more faith in the man! God damn! He's better than that! It's so obvious that it was stolen! That or he dropped it somewhere! That's also a possibility! Jeez! This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day. Which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely. The inconsistencies noted by the defense is most troubling. If they had said he had a huge freaking bottom lip, things would go faster. True!
So true.
If it were the real Inspector Gregson from whom these red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel? The whole thing defies explanation. It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie.
Facts cannot lie, but facts can be faked.
No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned into
Is the court record, I believe.
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was the inspector that appeared an imposter? Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner is an imposter. The two red-headed men, the prisoner that day, could not have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, the whole argument up to now has been a complete waste of time.
Objection!
On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man on Lime Street, found carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? In other words, who was the imposter?
Who is the sussy baka? Who is it? Do you know, chat?
Tell me, do you know who the imposter is?
See, that's right. We tell the same story every time. Why would this man? Well, the couple dragged him from a pillar to a post with a dog collar.
Oh no, Peppino! I was not so harsh as you say, oh!
Who was our farcical inspector, eh? Who was he?
Clearly the defense has an idea about that. But the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. Must ask the counsel of defense to elaborate post-haste.
It was gossip!
Take that!
What this be? Isn't that one of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today? A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling heresy to passersby.
Objection!
What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip?
Huh? See, this man is not from the Red Dead League, eh? He's looking for like twisted lip league, no?
Perhaps rather than making such rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. Eh? What? No one else noticed? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Oh, that's actually a Sherlock Holmes story? Order, order, bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back in the courtroom. Immediately!
Yep, there it is.
An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him. That's what's going on here, eh? I've only had this me. It's a birthmark, isn't it?
A birthmark, you say?
I assume the reason you've been called to the stand has been explained to you? Something about an inspector again? But I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong, as usual.
You're denying all knowledge of it?
Of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh?
Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. De Rossio, and Mr. De Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you?
Do we have any choice?
We are in a big trouble, eh, capo?
Oh, you have no idea. That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony.
The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. Is it right? See, you think we could forget these grand lips, huh? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I have no interest in any related league.
I'm alone in the world, me. I have no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that?
Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this?
It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man.
What have I been telling you, huh? There was no need for this pointless testimony.
Ugh. That's right. I'm just a simple peddler, remember?
Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by the police inspector's identification book, eh?
Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... Brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief. Is there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something?
I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo.
And so does Kazuma, but he can't say. What if he's wearing a disguise right now? Ooh! Interesting thought. Wait a second. Hold up. Wait. Hey, yo! Whoa! Wait a second! Wait! Same curls, same eyebrows, same head shape. Oh, it's absolutely the same fucking guy. It is the guy. It is the fucking dude.
Hold it!
How do we prove it though? So you say, but how can you be quite so certain?
There's no need to rub your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never before seen lips like this.
Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar.
Mon Dieu! Monsieur, it is like you tried to wring my neck! It does look very... It doesn't look very much like my neck, though, eh?
No. This is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. Hey, they break the mold when they made me.
Was the first time in my life.
feel lucky to have been born with red hair. I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. Oui, c'est ça. I swear it on the flames of my hair.
So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration in your hair now, has it?
Hold it!
So, you heard of the Red-Headed League, had you? You didn't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going on off in town. I sold that nasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwich to cough up for it. Well, he does have a rather very red nose, if that counts.
Who knows?
Well, as you can see, my own hair is not got into red in it. In any case, Fresno Street's my patch. Don't catch me sliding off to some other part of town.
so?
Oh? Hello?
Excuse me!
Mr. DeRossio! Oui? Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something.
Be the headquarters of your red-headed league? Yes.
I visited an housing agent on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip with a housing agent? Oui. He had some kind of contract to me on that hand, and they were clearly discussing terms. Where?
No, you're mistaken, chum!
I've never left Fresno Street,
May, like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else. There's someone with the same face.
No, the couple is right. I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes.
With notes? Like I said, that wasn't me!
I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. Yeah, I got you. I know who you are. I know what you are. I know what you are. I look at the name on the papers.
And what name was written? Mr. Gossip?
No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Bond. He's Hugh Bond? He's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see? No!
I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't know much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed. It is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Thank God Peppino is so stupid.
She even caught me on camera. Wasn't me. God, it's been years since I last heard that.
The aforementioned names shall be redacted from all court records of the trial of Sumini.
Objection!
Objection, Your Honor! I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because that name that just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious! Do you similarly object, Professor Tsuki? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. But never! In what capacity?
Ilbone. The name of the leaseholder of the room.
Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. Oh, he's all quiet now. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. These nuts, Your Honor. Alright. I suppose that might be the case, eh?
So your real name is Hugh Bone?
No, it's not.
But just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a fallen down backstreet townhouse. You do? And once every 6 months I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lawn Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time.
Hey, if either of us is a vulgar, it's not a me.
Think again, Peppino.
Why didn't you bring this up before?
It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Bone.
If almost...
The leaseholder's Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. Has been under our noses all along.
Hold on. I could be wrong. I most certainly am wrong, but I have a hunch. And I want to try it. Because he's saying he's all alone in this world. But I have an idea on who he is, and we know that's a lie. Because he has a fucking wife. And her picture is in the goddamn room.
Objection!
Hey! I'm fucking smart! I'm so smart. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings, we found this photograph in the room.
I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Well...
Mr. Bone, drop the pretense, and tell the court exactly who you really are.
I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case.
Because it simply is not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
Objection!
Those features are the disguise, Kazuma!
But what if we were to look at this the other way around?
What do you mean?
Yes, Counsel. What do you mean?
Well, there's no denying that Mr. Bone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is in itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face,
would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Bone?
Yeah, the music.
Witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court?
If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be...
Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be.
My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Bone's true identity to the court.
No. Please, no.
Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
Him! Daily Vigil! A man who's disappeared without a word to his family. He was the former chief warder of Barclay Prison.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
I don't recall that name, Counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil?
It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil.
What?
From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by 2 red-headed league men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial, because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. That explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence.
No, just hold on a minute. I don't have the first idea.
What I'm talking about? Really?
It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. Deruze and Mr. Rossi, you will restrain the witness. Oui, my lord.
Say, my lord!
Oh, shit! No! Stop! Get off, please! Don't!
There he is! We found him! He looks so sad.
Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume.
Oh, and he changed his clothes too.
Lift your head, sir. The court can see your face.
He's so emo.
It would appear that the defense counsel assertions was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but...
See! There is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. So he took Gregson's identification? You know, considering what his job used to be, I can see that happening.
Extraordinary! On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. De Rosia and Mr. De Rossi in the park, was you disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all.
Maybe he misses his wife. Maybe no human is immune to sentimentalities. And the way she reported, the way she was like talking about him, it seems like they both genuinely loved each other. Maybe he just missed her and wanted to see her. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as a chief warder at Barclay Prison.
Chief warder? And your career had promise. Why would you quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison? What on earth would have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle in Fresno Street?
Well, it has been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison.
10 years?
You gonna explain yourself?
I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Bone come from? Bone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become.
New backstory moment.
As you say, it was 10 years ago from now that my employment as Barclay Chief Warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street.
But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder in Barclay Prison.
I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Bone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street.
The scene of the very crime we're investigating.
Yes, that's right.
Ooh, the art.
A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler. And transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine.
Damn, he got a lot of money as a peddler then if he's able to sustain his wife for 10 years. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. But that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place?
I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons.
He has kids?! He has kids too?! How are you able to afford this?
And 2 sons. And without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them.
So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them.
Yes. I made a terrible mess of everything.
Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could have been selling to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison.
Very true. You've kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
Yeah, how? Tell us how. Tell us your secret.
That was...
Inspector Gregson? How? What? Wait, what? Gregsy?
It was some years after I'd invented Bone and begun my other life as a street sir. The inspector, that is, recognized me one day. You mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison.
Oh shit.
When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity.
No way!
Then one day, asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him.
So Gregson was taking care of him. He was basically taking care of this man's entire family. Holy shit! Gregson was a real one. God damn. Secret. What was it?
I was to
impersonate the inspector. Wait, what? 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 We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orgseas tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. There was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, use your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a crocodile. Oh shit. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of an office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. Usual, I removed my bone disguise, then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me the bruise on my neck might give me away.
Holy fuck, dude!
Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case.
Eh? Eh? Wait, what? What do you mean? Yeah, explain yourself. Cosmo, what the fuck are you going on about?
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of these two red-headed league men when they imprisoned the inspector.
No! I never said they did it! Right? I didn't say that, right? 'Cause I didn't say that, right? the weak little slap.
Ouch! But no, that can't be! After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me! Oh, goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, monsieur de la défense, for proving it. But... Ah!
What the fuck is going on?
Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim, as proven somewhat ironically by the defense. Hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Hold it.
Asma? Oh shit? Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Asma? What question, counsel? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at the very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago?
prosecution of the professor. Genshin Impact.
I want to know exactly what your involvement was.
Oh,
Answer me, man!
one moment, Counsel. Is this related to the current case? It is. Naturally. As the prosecutions believe that this case and the events of 10 years ago are intrinsically linked. Does the defense concur, Counsel? This one. You're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Asuma-sama, Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Impact's last moments. His own father. Now, you understand that. And so... Cousin, Prosecutor Asogi, do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection. See. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time.
You've forgotten?!
I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time, but I've forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. Yes, you're right. Not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry? I'm gonna stop reading for a little bit because my throat hurts a little, but I will be reading in my mind. I hope we can reach a to be continued soon because I am tired. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Ugh. Yeah, like, I am not stopping now. I want to reach the conclusion of this because this is intense. Oh shit. Right. I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He needs to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Riddle claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. Should I? Yeah. Duh. The illusion of choice. No idea how this is going to go. This is a court of law. I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder on your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before?
No, I don't.
This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment.
Dismissal notice?
And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil.
What? It's mine?
So you didn't resign from the prison after service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay.
No, this must have been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense.
Oh shit.
Is it?
If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. Oh shit. This is getting good. Oh no, Cosmo's reading it! According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th June, 10 years ago, on the day something very serious took place at Barclay Prison.
The 17th of June.
Was that the professor's execution?
Yes, sir.
As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings.
It does sound familiar.
And yet, that execution never took place! The convict ostensibly executed earlier that day later re-emerged from his grave.
The convict came back to life.
In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness.
However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments.
Yes.
Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up!
Mr. Vigil?
Is he gonna scream?
Yes. Whole prison. It was complete chaos. Prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane.
What?! Order!
Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh, my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost.
Yes, Enoch Drebber.
But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene.
Traces of what?
Ectoplasm.
In Lowgate Cemetery, in plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard, who ascertained how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. It's all daily. This is a serious business and I cannot help you now. As chief warder, you're responsible for overseeing the execution of all, eh?
I know, but I'm like, I can't stop here. This is so intense. I need to know how it ends. After this, I promise I'll stop.
Well, I think the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few words. Better pack your things, laddie. You have to attend in person.
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, I was the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over.
Order! A bailiff! Fetch a doctor at once! Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse,
Thank God.
proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Oh my god!
What the fuck? Christ! And we're still in part 2? We still have no idea. Yeah. Holy fuck. Oh my god. I was not planning on playing this long, by the way, but I got so, like, engrossed in everything that I couldn't stop. It would be a crime to stop. You expect me to stop during all that? Nah, B, nah. But this is a good stopping point. Holy fucking shit. My god. I am tired. I'm so tired. Oh my god. Whew. This game is good. It's been a whole ass year since I last played and I forgot how good it was, but my god, I also forgot the number it does to my poor throat. Oh, no. I want to see if next time I play this, maybe I can have other people join me to provide voices, so I don't have to voice act every single character. Oh my god. But that is something for another time. Thank you so much for watching me play this for, how was it, 7 hours? Jesus fucking Christ. You? Do you want to voice act? Do you want to voice act this lawyer game? I'll have to see if I'm able to, because I'd have to stream it through Discord. And I have a rinky-dink little laptop, but we'll save that for another time. I'm not gonna rate anybody because I'm probably just gonna go lie down. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming, for watching me. This is gonna be one hell of a VOD to download, to upload. If only you had a mic. Yeah, I would love to have like folks join in. But yeah, Wednesday I'm gonna continue more art as always, and Friday I think I'm going to be in over at Oz's stream for Big Run, possibly. No, Big Run is later in the weekend, I think. But yeah, that's I know I'm gonna be playing Big Run with Oz. Thank you. But yeah, I hope everyone has a good night, and thank you for sticking with me, and I'll talk to you all later. Bye. Bye. Wow. Honk shoo me 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 me.